All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello. Hey everyone, it's Yggdrasiel, and welcome to more of the Pale Beyond. Now, first off, you can see that there's a little bit of a difference going on. For one, I have this nice new microphone. Yeah, I got a Elgato decided to spoil myself, so obviously with that, we could have a few audio issues because, I'm just not used to streaming with this yet. If audio is too loud, my voice is too loud, I can see I'm dipping a little bit into the red. Let's lower that gain just a little bit. There we are. I think that'll be a little bit better for us. We're right in the yellow. All right, so goal today, and I do apologize because there is construction outside my apartment. It is unfortunate, but we are going to continue the Pale Beyond and hopefully finish it today. So we'll see what's going to happen. Let me make sure I am just in the YouTube control room as always real quick before we get started. And I am excited to see what's going to happen. I know there's a few different routes that can go on. So let's see what is going to happen. So for those who don't remember, we were stuck in the snow. Winter has hit. We set up the canopy right over us. And we have to endure the frigid winter. Let's go right on in. I believe we're also expending double resources, and we're also the weeks are going by twice at once, so that's why I'm thinking we might be able to finish this game tonight. First things first, if I remember correctly, we only have one coal in the furnace. We gotta load that right up. I sort of want to save that last flare if possible, and we do need to keep an eye on food as well. So, sorry, penguins. This will at least get us to 25. And we'll see what else we could do at that point. We only have 4 people who are frostbite. The rest of the people are accessible. So let's see what we can do. Pet the doggos. It's a new stream. We do a new pet. Pet, pet, pet. You're not back at it. All right. Kasha and Templeton. Oh, gosh. And it's another week of not having done this, so I don't remember the voices all quite well. So I apologize. Mr. Templeton, you wouldn't happen to have a spare pen, would you? It's so cold, the ink in my own froze up. I'm afraid I have the same issue. Oh, excuse me. Now my throat got caught. Lost it. I'll have to warm it up by the furnace then. That's all? Alright. Nothing much. Man, I'm losing track of the days. You're not alone there. Can you believe we've been holed up for 3 weeks already? Zoe Gilbert, hello, how are you? I hope everything is right with you. I just realized I don't have my glasses. My glasses. How are you doing, though? Everything good with you? 4 weeks, actually. Shit, you're joking. Right not? Yeah. I can't even imagine negative 46. I freeze at like 40. I swear. How's the mutts doing? Overstimulated? Bored? Cramped? They'll grow used to it in time. What's the state of the boiler? Cramped, but it works. Nobody's dying. Good to hear. Then I heard one howling through the night. Stunberry? Doubt it. Stunberry's remarkably well behaved. Low bar for those animals. Better behaved than most of this crew. Again, low bar. I love the wit between some of these. And actually, I think the studio, Bellular Studios, they're releasing a lot of artwork for the game. They had really interesting artwork for Cradell. You noticed anything about the doc lately? Well, since winter started, he seemed off. More than usual. I think we should have words. Something's going on with the good doctor. Zoe, you're doing a lot better than they were. Yeah, I am doing quite fine, actually. I'm fortunate enough to stream, and I had the opportunity to get a recent video out today, so everything's going pretty well. With that said, though, I'm going to be starting night shift at the end of the week, and that's going to screw me over hard. So, not looking forward to that, but it is what it is. Uh, I've had to make a more concentrated effort to track the days as of late. By my estimate, we're not even a third of the way through. Yes, I wonder if they'll indeed be rescuing. I wonder if they'll indeed be rescue waiting for us at the end. Harriet, now isn't the time for doom and gloom. Of course, but I can't help but think of the Viscount. The Viscount? Yes, I'm certain they expect a rescue to arrive as well. So they're comparing their situation to the situation that got us into this mess. We gotta feed the hoosh. We can put one spoiled tin and 2 penguins. This will at least get us to 55. We did unfortunately get one sick, but they were one of the frozen, so we lucked out there. That's so morbid in this game that you want the people who are already sick to get more sick because that means the rest of the crew stays healthy. Let's take our evening rounds before we set anyone off. A lot today. Okay. Oh, Mr. Sicko. I've had it. I've had enough. Night after night, week after week, those salters. Isaac, some decorum, please. Apologies, but I can't take their presence any longer. Loud, disruptive, and the mess they leave behind after dinner. I just want some peace and privacy. Is that too much to ask? Captain, I implore that you relocate me to another tent. Anywhere else, as long as I'm away from them. That's fine. We can relocate. It's not going to cost anything. Oh, really? Really, Templeton? Oh, thank you, Captain. I wouldn't be able to handle an entire winter with that lot. Saw the video. Good luck with night shifts. Thank you. I hope it was informative. I'm always worried when it comes to shorter videos. I don't get the descriptions well enough. Or perhaps just honestly, yeah, that's really it. I'm just worried that I don't get to explain everything well enough, or it's like, oh, is this too short? Or, I mean, some people like that. And I don't obviously want to 100% of the time go like Luxon and make 50-minute analysis off of 2 minutes of footage. But yeah. I hope there's no more leaks. As much as I like making videos and discussing the leaks, I hope there are no more leaks. I mean, the ship in this game had a lot of leaks, but that's nothing compared to what's going on with Xenoblade right now. And thank you for the luck with the night shifts. It's going to be rough. I've never done one before. I've never done night shifts before, so my whole life is just going to be inverted time-wise. Captain, hate to do this, but do you mind moving me to a new spot? It's getting awfully cold and these old bones are starting to crack. No old special treatment, but I'd like to move closer to the boiler for warmth. Am I going to keep losing with Templeton? Screw you, Templeton. He's an old man. Like you. Hey, Captain. Winter's been harsh. Grips. Captain, do you mind if I move to... Everyone wants to move. What about the boiler? I'd like to be on hand in case of an emergency. Would you be able to move me closer? Oh, shit. Hammond's gonna be upset, won't he? What? He's not even an engineer! Why should he be placed next to the boiler? I knew I should ask sooner. It's my fault. I won't complain. Okay. Ah. We'll give him some beer. Oh no, he can go see Kasha. We're all fine. Sure, Templeton. Need to do something about Arthur. Arthur? The doctor. Right, yes, sir. Dr. Nutley. I wasn't aware he was proving an issue. He isn't. Since winter started, he seems unwell. I think the pressure's getting to him. I'm surprised to see you coming to us with this issue. I didn't take you to show concern for a high-class landborn. He's a good lad, means well. So he's part of the crew. Hunt picked him out. It's no secret that the good doctor carries a nervous temperament. Do you think he's beginning to affect his own health? Not alone. Junior, Belford, and Darling all think so too. It's quite noticeable. I'll have words with him. Good. Better sooner than later than talking to him while it's barely hanging in there. Is this going where I think it's gonna go? Are we gonna have to, like, deal with someone that's gonna, like, can't take it on the ice anymore? Captain Templeton, I heard through the grapevine our good doctor was having a spot of bother. Indeed, you may just be able to help. You know the boy well, don't you? I should say so. How long have we been on the ice together now? And you may just be the right man for the job. We're concerned the doctor's temperament. He's slowing down in his work, and he may threaten stopping altogether. Well, his health comes above his work, wouldn't you agree? You hope that the leaks stop as well? Is the latency bad? I'm noticing these comments about, like, 30 seconds after I've discussed. I think YouTube put me on normal latency, so I might adjust that next stream around. But yeah, my worry with all those leaks, and one last time on this for right now, because I want to progress a little, my worry with the leaks is that there will be a patch 1.3.1 or even potentially a 1.3.2 patch, and they're just going to be like, you know, minor updates, moderate fixes, whatever, stability patch, something like that. And they'll be using those opportunities to just squeeze in a little more of DLC 4 pre-work in there. Because to my understanding, these leaks derived from them attempting to batch everything. And they batched too much, so that's where more info than necessary came out. On this game, am I enjoying it? I'm loving the Pale Beyond. I really am. I followed Bellular for, well, first World of Warcraft, then he branched into other games, but I've always liked his content, and then I heard he's making this game, and he's like, it's something when someone who plays games frequently and they play the same rate that I do, or they play the same genres that I do. So then for them to go out and make a game, I sort of wanted to see where he was going to be going along with things. The latency is pretty bad. Let's see if I can adjust anything. Concurrent viewers. I'm in the control room right now. Not slow mode. That's not it. I hope I don't have to quit the stream, because I don't want to do that. Let's quickly see. General quality. Ouch, it doesn't look like I'm able to adjust. The one thing I want to do at some point soon, I'm going to get off Streamlabs OBS and just literally use OBS. I don't think I'm going to be sticking around with Streamlabs all much longer. There's just a lot of issues and things to, unfortunately, deal with. Yeah, I'm even in a different tab of YouTube trying to just see if I can adjust the stream health from there. YouTube's side is healthy as can be. It's all Streamlabs latency, unfortunately. And I cannot modify the latency at the moment. That's really unfortunate. But back to this game, I'm loving it. There's a lot of resource management. The story is overall pretty convincing. It's based off of real, like, Shackleton tales of exploring the Deep South. So it's based off with that premise, and it carries itself pretty well. Resource management is harsh. It's fair. It's literally just a survival narrative. I enjoy the characters. I've heard some people say that the characters are pretty bland, straightforward, easy to understand, but I don't think so in some cases. I think maybe there's just too many, so some of those sailors didn't get as nearly as much as, say, the specialized crew. And I know there's several different endings. I'm gonna try for one on stream, and then I'll see about the rest later on in my spare time. Alright, there we are. I'm afraid that might be beyond me, Richard. What? It's captain's duty to consult the crew. Right you are, Robin, but it's not just that. I've spoken to the lad quite a bit, but I've never made it through to the boy. A tough nut to crack, that Nutley. I don't have the disposition for it. Too soft, I say. Excuse me? You treat him too softly. The young man's a doctor. He need not be handled with gloves. What he needs is someone to remind him of the duty behind his role. No sugared words. The boy's temperament is hanging by a thread, and you want Shaw to approach him with a saw? You said it yourself, the gentle method proves ineffective. I said no such thing. We're gonna lose more on Templeton right now. Yeah. Thank you, Captain. There's no need to put more pressure on the lad. Encouragement, yes, but it emphasizes what's required of him. I trust your judgment, Captain. Let's leave the talk till after dinner. No need to interrupt his work further. Please let me know how you fare, Captain. Best of luck. Was that everything? Yes, it was. Okay. Before dinner begins... I was meant to ask, Mr. Templeton, what precisely is your area of expertise? Botany. Odd. How so? Botany's the study of plants, correct? Not an abundance of plants out on the ice. The meteorologist, the biologist, I understand, but why were you chosen? I have a much wider range of knowledge outside my field. I was chosen to be the head scientist of this expedition. By the benefactor, correct? Yes. Which reminds me, just who's this benefactor of yours? I asked Hunt often, but he avoided the question. He avoided most of what was asked of him. You ask many questions, Miss Belford. Exactly what Hunt said. You seem adamant not to answer. I do not see it as relevant information. Everything's relevant, Mr. Templeton. You can only hide secrets for so long. We'll see about that. I'm worried with 15 weeks left, it's just going to keep getting more tense. We had a fight in the last stream, actually. A quarter way into the winter, by my count. Oh, no, wait, that's the... No, smashing. Yeah. You've a different count by any chance? No. Sam, was hoping you might. Okay, we got a tent. Tent needs fixing. It requires 4 people. This really, like, screws me over when it comes to getting resources outside. It's set to work. There's another... Oh, no. I want 1 engineer on hand. The fact that I can't set out some of these annoys me, but I understand these are... That's the intent. I really didn't want to send out a scout. No, let's keep the scout. Have the glosses work on it. I hope no other leaks. That'll really be an issue. Kasha. You can help our demoralized engineer. Mr. Nutley, we have a lot of sick. We can help 4. Okay, no, that's just demoralization. You are sick. That's all 4. Only have 2 available crew to gather anything. We're getting very close to where Viscount was. This will mean 1 person. She gets at least sick, but we can go north. There's Seal. If there's no tent breaks next week, we can get more food. And that'll be good fuel as well. Go back. Let's have our meal. I probably have to throw in more fuel, otherwise people will just freeze. Crew return to their posts. The long dark continues. You can choose who to spend your evening with. Let's see the good doctor now. If the latency gets any worse, if there's any audio issues, please let me know, by the way. Again, I'm using a new mic on top of everything, and I'm not sure all the settings are right in the sweet spot just yet. So we'll see. I will say I'm glad that a lot of the S sounds that I used to have in the videos, I noticed in today's video it didn't have it, or it wasn't as nearly as apparent. So that was nice. Captain, um, is there an issue? The crew are worried about you, Arthur. Oh, right. Captain, I must apologize. There's no need to apologize, Doctor. But there is. I know I'm not what you would have looked for in a ship doctor. I'm nervous, my mind is often scattered, and the sight of blood. Well, it makes me faint. Hardly qualities befitting a surgeon, are they? Well, you've made do. Captain, there's something I must confess. The reason Hunt took me on, against all other candidates, well, it's because of my father. Your father? Yes. Well, you see, my father was Hunt's barber. They were quite friendly, and, well, my father called in a favor. Seems the game really pushes resource management and moral challenges to the limit. It absolutely does. Um, and what I really enjoy at the very start of the game, you're even offered you're pretty much grilled by the former captain, and he like says like, "Where were you born? Are you man of the sea? Like, if you were from the sea, what's your experience? Are you married? Have you ever seen anyone like pass?" And then like the choices you make actually, I think I can show you even. Da, 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 da. This is my character. So I'm a salt born, and my relationship to the sea is I was in the Admiralty. And these actually have influenced some of the decisions I've made. Like some characters will note that, or they'll have additional opportunities for dialogue. Getting low on Templeton. But no, it's a very strong resource management. In fact, I did as much as I could to abuse having the coal from the ship as much as I could, and I'm still running low on fuel. I'm worried I didn't like do enough hunting as much as I should have, but I'm just doing my best to make sure the whole crew stays alive. Um, like there's also another earlier decision that one more before I pick back up on the story. Um, he's in here now. There's a stowaway that happens for everyone, and you, for example, have the choice to uh, send him send him home when you get to the next port before that long voyage. Or if you keep him, it's an additional mouth to feed, so you use a little more resources, but in exchange, you have an extra pair of hands. So it spreads it a little thinner, but you have a little more to work with. And in my case, I'm having him actually work with the doctor to treat more people, and it's proving effective because I have 4 beds, and I usually tend to have about 4 people sick at a time anyway. Uh, Father called in a favor. You think it more likely that Hunt was repaying his barber than the simple fact that you earned the work? Yes. Uh, sorry. My father was so proud when I took this expedition, believed it could finally toughen his boy up. He was always obsessed with that. No matter what I did for him, it always came back to how tough I was, or wasn't. But you can see how well that worked, can't you? I've had no issue with your work. He's kept us alive. Captain, there's no need to protect my self-worth. I know where I stand. Some of the crew have been quite kind to me. Too kind. But whether it's harsh words from Templeton or pats on the back from Kurt, their eyes are all the same when they look at me. A burden. A mouth to feed. You've convinced yourself of that, Arthur. It's a self-defeating outlook. Sometimes we all need to hear something like that. It's a self-defeating outlook. I like that. That would suggest I'm alone in that outlook, Captain. We both know that's not the case. I've tried, but I have to accept it. My cowardice leaves me a drain on the crew's resources, selfishly so. Oh god. You best not be suggesting. Loyalty. That played in? Me having his loyalty played into the decision he would have made right now? Oh wow, he really... Oh, they really wanted you to try and, like, keep his loyalty. Would he actually have, like, ran away if I didn't get his loyalty up in time? No. I'm not. Of course I'm not. I suppose I've been acting foolish. Now isn't the time for me to lose my nerves, what remained of them. I'm sorry for worrying you, Captain. Nelly walks off, making his way back to his tent. Clearly much is on the doctor's mind. I guess it worked out. Why are you pressed up against that lamp? Trying to read. Too dark for anything like that. Missing your home, are you? Where that is. Not long now. We can hope. It seems so, yeah. No, there's a lot of nuances I haven't even picked up to how this game would play out. Captain, I have heard mutterings among the crew that have raised concern. It would appear that our rations of tobacco are finally running dry. The crew have already been on edge since the beginning of the winter. I doubt this will improve matters. Mr. Hammond and the sailors have been awfully fond of the leaf. I've even spotted them trading some of their food rations for more of it. Ridiculous, I know. At least they supplied us. Yes, it was remarkable it even lasted as long as it has. Hunt must have consumed a quarter of the supply in his time on the ship alone. And a lot are quite addicted to it. This spook plant carries so much control over them. Personally, I never much cared for it. I tend to avoid any substance that could affect my bodily chemistry. Oh, Jesus. My body chemistry. Dude, I'm having coffee right now. I can't complain about, like, minor addictions. Though, of course, tobacco is a good bit up on the level beyond coffee. Still, I have an odd respect for the leaf. There is something admirable about a plant that can steer human behavior so... Oh, okay, Mr. Botanist. Their benefactor is their hands in many affairs, don't they? The Appletons are not content with being a simple tinned food company. Withdrawal is rel, 100%. Being on the floor, on the nurse's floor for once, like now that I'm actually in the hospitals, a lot of my people that I deal with, and again, HIPAA, but a lot of patients that I see are withdrawal. It's really sad. Or at least it's in their history, but yeah. Oh, I'm glad I can help people. Now they are building an empire. Just as they funded this expedition, so too have they funded countless ventures, countless discoveries. That is how the business operates. Do you believe they were simply fortunate enough to have peaches grow in their back garden? Sound more ambitious than your average fruit salesman, it's for certain. It's almost concerning. There's no reason to be concerned. You may have your doubts, Captain. I understand that. Do I approve of their eagerness to mine natural resources, to sell them off at the cost that they do? No. However, I also understand that their commodification is the vehicle to scientific study. I have all the money I need to research these plants. I have seen several breakthroughs and discoveries that would not be possible without their financial aid. If, in return, I must provide them with a commodity to mass produce and sell off, so be it. I consider that a mutually beneficial arrangement for all involved. Yeah, he's getting in on this. Seem passionate about this. I've spent a great deal of time questioning this arrangement, Captain. Do not think I simply took a paycheck blindly. I've weighed my options time and time again, and I know the good fortune of our benefactor has afforded us. Yeah, I, uh, I apologize, Captain. It's not like me to ramble like that. I suppose the tension of this winter has begun to affect me as well. Perhaps a cigarette could help even myself. Or perhaps I simply need a good night's rest. Good evening, Captain. That's actually that conversation played around the initial cigarette talk pretty well. It actually zoomed back around. It was a nice detail. Two Johns, Tucker, and Cavity. Two Jones, wait till you hear this. Winter's finally taken Tucker. Oh, what now? It's nothing. Man, so lonely he started talking to the women in the tin cans. She's got an elusive look. It's a bloody drawing, Tucker. But what's her story? What's her oh no. Sir, step away from the anime picture. That's all I got. Once upon a time, someone needed to put a face on their tin peach. The end. Don't take Tucker to one of them galleries. He'll lose his bloody mind. Alright, that's enough. Aren't even halfway through the winter yet. Oh, God. Man's losing it to peaches. I'm really concerned about the fuel. I really want to save the flare in case that's going to come later. And that keg could be like a bonus. Shit. We don't have much else in the way of food. At least the game got humor in it. Oh, 100%. No, there's a lot of sly, not sly humor, dry. Dry. Some of it's dry humor, which is right up my alley. It's not for everyone. And then there's other ones with just subtle hints like that. I'm really worried. We do have one person, but they're not going to be able to pick up much. I don't want to just waste the seal. Oh, they're not even a sailor. It's an engineer. I'd rather save it if there's an issue. I can't really do much else this week. Let's see what the next 2 weeks will do for us. We can survive. We're going to lose a bit of morale, which is getting quite risky. This is going to be a rough week. We got to find a way to get morale back up fast. But this is going to be the best way to stir everyone. We'll have we'll have 3 freezing and 1 malnourished. So I think we can at least handle this. End of week 24. Dogs are rested and available. The long winter continues. Mr. Zack was cured of malnourishment and his freezing. Gnomes was cured of freezing. Cavity was cured of the freezing. Excellent. Okay. And no longer demoralized, so we have a perfectly healthy crew, except freezing now. That's 1 engineer, 2 of our sailors, and 1 of them is sick as well. Not bad. Not bad. That's perfectly fine, actually. 28. Wait, we jumped 4 weeks now. Okay. There's no holes in the tent right now. Flick and Mr. Zack. Ah, winter can't be over soon enough. This is the longest I've gone without proper exercise. Well, winter was granted me plenty of time to read by lamplight. Perhaps one should use this time to exercise their mind instead. Hells. Oh, what? That's the most obnoxious thing you said so far. It's almost impressive. That's funny. Hammond and Templeton. Mr. Hammond, in my hands is a write-up I've been working on over the winter, intended for our benefactor. It would be good for you to have a look over the material. Let me know if there's anything missing. Aye, sure thing. Oh, without dripping oil everywhere if you can. My research is important. And my work isn't? Of course it is. Could you attempt to clean your hands at least? With what? Bloody ice water? Well, sir, I have a cloth somewhere. Yeah, take this as your own. Aye, thanks. That hand cloth was actually embroidered by... Don't care. It doesn't care. I like him, and he's got, like, the very, dark humor, tough shit mentality. Let's take requests before we... Oh, let's adjust the food and coal first. Feed the hoosh! Our last penguin. Our last big penguin, the Adelies. Let's throw one more Adelie in there. Fuel is the one that's kicking my keister. I still want to save that flare. We're not gonna get to. There's no resources, and I don't want to throw the ale keg away. God, this sucks. Yeah. Surprised there's no Templeton demoralization. Alright, what do we got for the week? Runt. Cotton, could you maybe tune it another one of these? Stuck to my doll, Winter. I thought it proper to place with you. I thought it proper to place you with family. I'm not a child. You most certainly are. Well, I don't need him looking over my shoulder all the time, sir. You need your own space, then. Aye. Can you, Captain? I'll be a stickler on this. Your father should be watching over you. Ah, what do you have to do with this? I'm not a child. Outbursts like that won't convince us otherwise. Fine. Oh, come on, buddy. Captain. Templeton. Mr. Higgs. Ah, call me Tucker. Mr. Higgs is fine. Is there something you require? Must be nerve-wracking in here all day. Well, they say day. Can't tell what time it is anymore, can you? I suppose not, but... Just fry your head, Captain. Does it? Do I want to take a jab at Templeton? This might get the crew laughing. Yeah. Ah, I'd bet. Mr. Tucker. Ah! Higgs. Mr. Higgs, did you come here with a request or no? Days barely exist anymore. Nothing to do around here but pass the hours. So you've nothing to request? Nah. You've simply come here to make idle chatter? Aye, nothing better to do. Captain... Embrace the free time while you can. Won't last. Play cards. Be the 50th game this week, Captain. But I'll not keep you from your work any longer. Captain, it seems the winter's beginning to take its toll on the crew. We should take great care to ensure that they keep their minds active. We still have a good deal of winter to work through. Captain Shaw! Oh, goodness. You're out of breath. Calm yourself. Is it emergency? Well, this might sound mad. Out with it. I saw it, clear as day. I looked out into the snow and I saw it. What? The Bonner. Well, Captain, next order of business is... I'm not joking. I know it sounds mad, but I saw it. 12 feet tall, covered in thick, bushy white hair. They talking about Yeti? No such creature exists. The winter's clearly gotten to you. Thought my eyes were playing tricks on me too, but what if they aren't? What if there's a beast like that? If we caught it, feed us 3 winters. No, 4. You aren't suggesting a winter hunting party. Don't travel far, Captain. Think about it. I don't want to send someone out. I know this will probably demoralize. Yeah. Cut the line. I want everyone safe. Why would you want to send a man out into a blizzard, Kurt? Come on. That's enough. We won't hear another word of it. Ah, very well. How did that one not demoralize? Okay. I won't complain. Some rough evenings. We do have a tear. God dang it. I want my sailors out. We're gonna be a lot of people cold this week. But I do have a med kit for next week. Actually, I have 2 med kits. And I could always turn up the freezing. 2 Johns and run stuff. You don't have that book yet? Almost. You want to trade? Alright, but you need to send back to Mr. Zack when you're done. Okay. You have to return this to Dr. Notley. That's nice. Like, I remember in a discussion last week, he was actually learning to read, and it's progressing. That's good for him. Gnomes. Oi. Oh, old man, today's your birthday, isn't it? Yeah, surprised you still know what day it is. But aye, these old bones grow even older. Can't imagine what surprise you have planned. I actually asked Grimley to take a wooden whale for you before we set off. Oh, where is it? Went on with the ship. Ah, well, it's a thought that counts. Anything else? Where is Cordell? Pet the doggo, as always. I don't see Cordell anywhere. We have 1 demoralized. Miss Kasha, if you could. Yes, yeah. I can't undemoralize you because you're a specialist. Well, that's fantastic. Assignments. We need the seals. As much seals we can. We're going to have a lot of people sick for this. This will at least give us 4 seals. And also, we'll send 1 scout even further north. Just some penguin. We'll see what happens after we eat our meal. I always like keeping a little crew on reserve in case something happens. Is this going to be another 4 weeks, though? The crew have their meal. The crew return to their posts. The long dark continues. You can choose who to spend the evening with. Doctor, how are you doing? As you step out of the tent, you notice Nutley approach. Ah, Captain. I've been thinking a great deal over the last while. I want to thank you for speaking me when you did. I needed that. I've certainly made the expedition more difficult than it had the right to be from my previous cowardice. And for that I'm sorry, Captain Shaw. Nutley, not even a single one of the crews doubted you. We owe you a great debt. I wonder how my father's doing. On the other side of the world, I wonder if he's thinking of me. My mother and sister, too. There's too much I must return to. He pauses for a moment before presenting you with an envelope. Captain, if I fail to make it back to the world, would you be able to bring this letter to my father? Yep. We don't open it. It's their words. Don't look at it. Thank you, Robin. Why did I just go Kurt Darling? Thank you, Robin. Anything I should know about your father? He's a thoughtful man, in a sense. Stern, but he has a good mind. You're nothing to worry about, Captain. Now he gives you a nod as he makes his way back to the tent, and you make the way back to your camp. Your tent. Letter rests neatly in your hand. Don't read the letter. Respect privacy. I got an email about Discord as it was my account an issue. Nope, just policy update. Okay. There's Miss Cordell. I've noticed something. And what is it? Looking at some of the older photographs of you, the dogs have grown quite a bit since we first landed. We have been here for quite some time, yes. It'll be interesting to see the time lapse. Do not expect the rest of us to grow taller as well. Ha! Well, that reminds me, I never interviewed you yet. And you might be the most interesting member of the crew. I am not a member of the crew. There is no need to interview me. I disagree. Is that so? There's too much I'm curious on. What led to the dog handling? Why the accent? Why are you Lady Cordell? You do recall the figure of speech regarding curiosity in the cat, yes? I thought you were more of a dog person. Oh, that's an amazing comeback. It was a joke. I am aware. I take it you're not interested in answering my questions? Not in the slightest. Understood. Oh. That might be my favorite one yet. More than the cans one we just saw. So we're over yet, Oh, you're sick of it, eh? I was sick of it when it started. I want to move. How much longer now? I'm sure. What? We got 4 more weeks of winter, I think. Um... Cure all crew in the med bay. So this only cures 4 no matter what. And we need both engineers active if we want to unfreeze 2 people. So let's just hope that we don't have the engineers frozen over. And we should be fine. But let's cure everyone who's currently sick. Okay. We also really need a way to get morale back up. Cures 1 demoralized. Yeah. There you go. We gave the kids some liquor. Oh, God, I'm a horrible captain. His dad was not happy about that, but he's a happy kid. And that's what matters more right now. I think we're good to proceed. Is this going to be another 4 weeks? Let's see. Well, at least 1 will be malnourished. And at least 3 will be cold. And we know at least 4 to 5 more people will be cold beyond that. So this is going to be a rough week. And we're running very low in morale. Oh no. This is getting very risky very fast. We got 4 seals. Crew's back. 2 sick. 3 sick. You're healed. Fine. You're cured. Fine. 4 sick. Oh, oh no, that was one of the engineers. Shit. So at most I can cure 5 people. Someone is going to get frostbite. Ah, shit. Unless I can cure the sick engineer in a stroke of luck. I don't know. Week 32. Or 7 more weeks to go, I think, actually. I must say, Doctor, something in your walk as of late. You're holding that head high. Ah, thank you. I'm sure you're as eager as the rest of us. Not long before we'll be able to stretch out our legs outside again. On that subject, I was running a few physical examinations in preparation for returning to work. Do you mind? Of course not. It won't take long, I hope. It shouldn't. So I think the winter is finally wrapping up. Morn. Winter might finally be clearing up, eh? About time. Gods, remember when those bloody penguins showed up at camp? Seems an age past now. We've come a long way. Aye, but don't begin sentimental. Can't wait to get moving again. Oh, I also can't skimp out on rations because the morale is just that low. Shit. Ah, you smell that, Lefty? I smell anything. I can. It's the smell of winter clearing up. We'll be out of the bunker before you know it. This calls for a Sealy. Well, Tucker, never pin you as eager want to return to work. Excuse me, phone call. Oh. Oh. You live in America, I live in America. We all know what really infests America, and that is spam. Everywhere. I have so many calls a day, and I have to keep my eye out on the phone because I am expecting calls, which sucks. uh, okay. Fade the hoosh. Wait, the seals are only 6 and 6? Ah, shit. I was hoping the seals would be more. We can only risk 10, so we do need to get at least the food up to 50. I was wondering why I didn't have any audio for a hot second. Turns out I just pressed the button. One more. And can we at least get the furnace up? This is really pushing it. Okay. We're set so long as no one affects the morale during this week. We can hold out. We'll have 4 morale. And we might actually lose. Like, we might this might be a failed run. Captain! Heard you turned down Timmy's request to move tents. It's good to have the boy at my side. Still can't believe the lad snuck aboard and then all this. He's been growing every day. He's been growing. It's good to see that at least. Thank you for letting me keep an eye on him. That's nice. God, I imagine the game would end immediately if the kid dies on the trip. Captain. I was running a standard physical examination on, well... I'd request that you meet me in the medical tent this evening. Is there an issue? Why not present it here? The individual involved would rather this be handled privately. Apologies for sounding so cryptic, just... Later, after dinner. Okay. I must admit I'm curious with what the doctor has encountered that requires your summons. Well, I needn't pry. Private matter is a private matter. Can feel it. Can see it. Warm light at the end of the tunnel. Ah, good for you. As far as I can tell, it's still dark as shit. It's a metaphorical light. Winter's almost past us. About time. So I think the tears start happening after we eat the meal. So I'm not going to use any resources just yet. The crew have their meal. Return to their posts. The long dark continues. You can choose how to spend your time with. No tears. Excelente. Hammond and Templeton. What's with you? You got a keen eye on the med tent. It's nothing that concerns you. Or you, apparently. Are you bothered you're being... Oh. Are you bothered you're being shut out of a meeting for once? No. Ha! You are! I don't care much for secrecy. Coming from you? It's bloody rich. Runt. Almost over now. What? I remember when the winds would scare the shit out of you. You'd hide under your blankets and cry till it went away. Don't tell me that, Da. Embarrassed. Didn't hear a peep from you all winter. All grown now. You plenty of growing still ahead to me. Aye, you're getting there. That's good. Always love a good father-son story in video games. That being said, I'd really enjoy God of War if I ever got around to it. One day. That might be a fun stream. We'll see. Kurt. Ah, Captain. Don't let the golden. Captain Shaw, to what do we owe the visit? Kasha, this is, actually a private matter. Do you mind giving us the tent for a moment? Oh, very well. Kasha exits. Sorry, I don't think this is worth getting the crew worried over. What did you find, Nutley? I noticed an arrhythmia in his heart. It's difficult to determine the cause without further examination. But as it stands, my current diagnosis is cardiomyopathy. Years of adventure finally catching up to the old ticker, eh? Well, it could be genetic. It's just a guess. Still, some unusual rhythm is no issue. Have you experienced shortness of breath while sitting down? Well. Fatigue, sudden cough when you lie down, dizziness. I noticed some swelling in your ankles as well. Oh, he's got fluid resuscitation. He is retaining it. I don't know why I said resuscitation. That goes to show my confidence in my nursing skills when I fumble up words. Isn't it fun? Let's see. If it's cardiomyopathy and he's got swelling, not a flutter. It would be AFib. Look at me. Who's to say that? Kurt, please. I'm trying to help. Yes. I've experienced it. What does it mean? Well, it's manageable, but you'll have to take it easy for the rest of the expedition. No more hauling equipment. Very well. You're offered a drink by the crew. Refuse. Tough, but fair. And, well, it's my belief that Kurt is not fit to lead a lifeboat once we set off. Now, Doctor, that's just not possible. I'm the navigator. You can't expect anyone else to handle that sort of duty. You at least provide guidance, Kurt. Oh, shit. Yes, but leading the boats are a separate matter entirely. I can't foreplan the entire sail. Your health comes first, Kurt. The entire crew's health is at risk as I'm not navigating those boats. Kurt, I won't mince words. You could die. We all could. Bah, I don't want to argue with you, Arthur. We won't be getting anywhere doing so. It's up to you, Captain. That's true. Do you think it's worth the risk? I don't want him demoralized. Uh, we're still fine. I won't argue. I trust your judgment, both of you. Thank you for seeing reason, Kurt. And thank you, Doctor. It was a good catch. Oh, and let's not tell the crew about any of this, will we? I don't need them fussing over it, and a man is due his privacy. I'll respect it. I suppose I should get an early night then. Kurt exits. Did he exit? What's going on? I'm not able to adjust anything with him. Um, wait, can I not? Kurt, I need the med bay. Shit. Is the game bugged? No, I'm not. Shit. I might need to redo the week. I can interact with all these. Oh, I can still use it. Perfect. Okay, and I healed his own freezing. Yeah, I'm just not able to do anything. Um, we're gonna be restarting this week then. Da, da, da. Seeing as there's an issue with that, I'd rather just heal everyone. What did I do? I wanted the fuel this up to yes. And then we'll get the food back up to 50. I'm going to be speeding past these just because, you know, your conversations already saw. I want them registered. I'm going to answer the same way so we don't have any issues with loyalty. That was unfortunate that that happened. I know there's a few bugs still persisting, but that was a sort of like, not soft block, but it would have screwed me over if we had all that freezing develop. Alright, let's get this through. I think we're at where we were. Have the meal. There we go. Finish these conversations. They're still fixing bugs every day too, which is impressive, but that one was a little rough to have to deal with. Especially, it's partly my fault for liking to take things at the very end. But yeah, that was not pleasant. Okay, we got everyone cured. We have 13 hands available. And we don't have to worry about any tents. We could go out and get some more food. Let's answer the exact same way so I don't create any confusion. I want to stick with my answers. Besides, I felt pretty comfortable with them. They were my answers, and I'll answer how I dang please. All right. We have 13 able hands. At least 3 people will get freezing, and this is going to be even more right now. Please. Just penguins. Seal. You're at least 6. That's 24 resources. If I take into account what I have, it's 30 resources in all. Next week, I'm not going to survive. Or the scurvy's just going to be setting in. The scurvy and malnourishment is just going to keep setting in. I still have 7 people. I'm going to have a lot of frozen butts. There's not enough dogs. Shoot. We just don't have enough dogs to send out. I can't, no! And there's nothing I can do for morale. Research will be a measure of your expedition's success despite the circumstances. So if you lose, there's like a little extra. Let's see what we got. You awake to the sound of distant barking. Seems one of the dogs has been excited by something. You sprint from your tent. You're not alone in being awoken by the dogs. At the center of the campsite, a crack begins to form. Followed by more spreading out. The dogs leap from the kennel, sprinting south. Wait! Wait! Cordell runs across the cracks in pursuit of her dogs. The ice shifts. You hear the... Oh, no! Ah, no, one of the dogs has left. You hear the sound of something falling and smashing. The lamps. Hells! The fuck is this? Oh no! The flow's splitting! Quick, we need to move! Now! No wasting time! Nelly and Kasha run in the medical tent. Netley carries his bag slung over his shoulder while Kasha's hand is filled with notes. What is this? Ice is splitting. At all your work. What I could carry, yes. Not good. Tent's going under. What? No! My equipment! Do not go back that way! Either of you, understand? Templeton runs to Kirk. How should we handle this? Captain, we need to get out of this tent as soon as possible. Everything past that point is going to be swallowed up. You heard the man. Everyone hold what you can. Move! The crew get to work on moving the furnace and the lifeboats, hauling as fast as they can. With the ice breaking as quickly as it is, you realize you only have time to save 1 item. Inspect the supplies. Junior and Hammond to save what is in the hoosh in the furnace. Remainder of your expedition's food and items are beginning to sink. One of Cordell's dogs howls in fear. The digging tools and most of the guns remain trapped. Kasha and Nutley saved what they could. There are still medical tools, tinned lemons, and various comforts scattered around. Oh, shit. We can devote people, though. Is this guy gonna die for it? Cavity crosses to the gap to rescue the food and fuel supplies. The ice splits further, the tents sink below. The canopy collapses. Cordell's not gonna like that I didn't save a dog. Shit. The crew barely make it out from the burning tarp. A few sustain burns and bruises from frantic escape. I have one med thing. Oh shit. How am I supposed to live? "37 weeks. We lost one dog. That was Act 3. That was the end of Act 3. We've settled a new camp by the shore. Captain Shaw, personal log. Week 29. Typo? Typo. New camp's been formed in the aftermath of the ice split at the close of winter. However, the crew can't rest at the time. After a long journey, the shore's been reached. In the coming week, the crew will set sail out on the lifeboats in search of proper land. Soon the ice will be left behind. The ice split proved to be a truly traumatic experience for the crew. The fact the crew escaped with all lives intact is nothing short of extraordinary. Many supplies were lost, washed away, carried off with the ice. One can only hope they no longer prove a necessity in the final stretch of the expedition. The crews reached the shore, but now a great challenge presents itself. The ice beneath our feet will not hold for longer. It is destined to break apart and tear as it did before. Solid ground must be reached in search of point of rescue. To that end, the crew must sail out to open sea. The crew are prepared as they'll ever be, and there is only a short window available. There's no predicting the waters. The fate of the crew from this point on is ours. The crew onwards is out of anyone's person's hand. Sign off. Well, that air, Doctor. That was dramatic. It was. At each one of these acts, the ends of them always scare the crap out of me, because it's just a lot moving on. If this holds, there'll be no better time for a sail, let me tell you. Well, isn't that fortunate? Ah, God. Please be careful out there. I will. We've checked the lifeboats several times over, Captain. They're ready as sail as they're ever going to be. A good while ago, I'd have total faith in these vessels, but now I'm less certain. We have 4 wounded. We need to get those treated right away. I can only treat 2 now? Oh, no. Shit. Are we actually going to start losing people? Like, am I going to not be able to hold this? This is concerning. What is it, Harriet? All reading hint at the fog rolling in. I think one at that. That bodes poorly for our sail, doesn't it? Perhaps we'll catch a lucky break, dear. Worry not, our compasses will keep us steady. We really have to go on the water. You scared? Yes. Can't exactly get to land without crossing, can we? Ice breaks often moves. No, ice breaks often moves. In the right direction. Maybe not. Oh, Captain. Just triple checking my notes. Kick myself if I end up leaving anything buried in the ice. Now, I hope my report doesn't take a dip in the ocean. Alright, now it's soon. Aye. Nervous? We'll have to be careful. Don't know these waters. Well, chin up. Better to look confident for the crew. I like that they have the soundtrack blare a little harder after these tense moments. Like it's still carrying on the tension from the event, even though it was already a few minutes. Like I'm nervous with what's happening next. One more push on a land. I don't know if I got the energy left. These old arms may break off if I try to row. Let's see to it. I can actually only keep 2 people without getting even more sick. You're freezing and wounded, so you have a priority. Yep. See the requests. Hammond and Nelly. Captain, we got a problem. How urgent? Bloody compasses. They don't work. Excuse me. None of them. They've been going haywire after winter cleared. Mr. Hammond, we're due set off in the water. We can't wait on the ice a moment longer. Yeah, I don't know that. Shit! I'll be a little pessimistic. You'll talk about the Pale Passage being cursed. Almost makes you believe it, right? Mr. Hammond, do you have any idea what is causing the error? Looks like a case of magnetic interference. It can't be right, can it? We've come further south than anyone in history. This may just be the case closer to the pole. We best just hope for good fortune. Hope? Great. We're sailing on bloody hope. We've been on hope for 38 weeks. What do you mean? Captain, we have a few injured from the ice split. I've arranged a small batch of crates to treat anyone. Well done, Doctor. Quite ingenious of you. Thank you, Mr. Templeton. We unfortunately won't be able to make any more comforts, however. But I will treat whoever I can. A word, Captain. Make your mind. The animals. In all my years, I don't believe I ever heard of dogs being able to sail the silver seas. Have you? Maybe these ones are different. Very funny, Captain. He straightens himself. One of us is going to have to break the news to the kennel master. Our dogs will not be joining us on the air. Do I have to kill our own dogs? Then you understand what must be done. Is this how we're expected to get more food for the next 2 weeks? Holy shit. I do indeed. Yes, it's time we inform Cordell. Oh no. No. Oh shit. Real talk though, this is gorgeous after being in that tent. That's beautiful. But this is not right. Can I send them out on an expedition first? No, there's no expeditions. Oh shit. So that's where we're at now. Nothing can be done at all. We only have 2 penguins to feed us for 2 weeks. It has to be the dogs. No! Oh, this is morbid. I'm like laughing, but it's like a very nervous, like uncomfortable one. The animals are eagerly trained on the penguin fillet in Cordell's hand. She notices your approach. Captain, I was hoping to speak to you. The dogs scramble as she launches the meal across them. I understand that you're going to shoot my dogs, aren't you, Captain? I want your opinion on the matter first. So, oh, is this another loyalty thing? Like the doctor? Okay, I think I'm fine. Oh god, I still didn't even get anywhere close with this guy. And I picked like sailor and everything. That's so. She looks out across the animals. I'm no fool. I just don't want them to suffer. They've been through so much already. The animals continue to scramble over the fillet. These dogs have known me their entire lives. She points at the dog tearing the fillet from its sibling. I used to carry that one around in my pocket as a pup. Oh! This hurts me. I have 4 dogs with my folks. They're not with me in the apartment, but I mean, I still take care of them, and they're getting up there. This tears at me. Do you have children, Captain? I don't. But I've had dogs of my own before. Then you should understand. Stanberry joins her side. I don't mean to sound cliche, Captain. But they're all I have. If you think of some sort of fond family, I fear to disappoint you, Captain. I have known you lot for several months. Not the best of my months either. Didn't expect you to understand. I won't waste your precious time any further, Captain. Get on with it. What are your orders? They won't survive. This is like a fool's errand. This is cruel. I'm going to. This really hurts. Oh no. Back of the head. Sever the spinal cord. Don't let them suffer. You expect the same word at me. You begin to make your leave. Robin. Yes. I'm ashamed to ask it, but I implore you this one mercy. She ruffles Stanberry. May I keep one? Just one. You can stay, Stanberry. I'll need my replacement captain after all. It tilts its head at you. Ah. Thank you, Captain. I won't forget this. I'm tearing up over this. Shit. It stays behind its master wary. You depart across the snow. Is this it? There's nothing, there's no other activity. They just want you to get on with it. This is gonna just tear my morale. I don't know how I'm gonna live this week. The order is given. The news creeps through camp. The air left melancholic. The dogs are rounded up and led towards the nearest ice ridge. Fuck! You lead the animal behind the ice ridge, away from the others. The weapon's heavy in your hands. You're careful not to touch any more of its icy metal than you have to. The dog looks at you expectant. You ruffle the dog's head. It barks. You scratch around its ears. It barks happily. You tickle its chin. It checks to see if you have any food. If you guys want to, I don't know what's going to happen after this. Anyone who wants to leave, you have a few moments. I'm going to do it on the count of 3. 1, 2. You raise the rifle and tighten your grip. It drops lifeless on the ice. Over the course of the day, the rest of the dogs are periodically brought around the ice ridge and shot by the crew. The sun glares down on the ice, mocking the day's decisions. Do you order the dog's meat to be harvested? We do. We actually fucking do. The large task of skinning and preparing the animals begins. Word gets round that the task proves inadequate means for releasing frost nip from one's fingers. Ouch. Where the fuck did this day come from? I wonder if there's any sort of path where you can actually save the dogs. You can't put them in the food. It causes demoralization. Shit. We have just enough food. But the furnace will be down by 4. We'll be down to 4. And it's 39 weeks at rescue. This is gonna be rough. There's no one else I can help right now. If someone gets demoralized during dinner, this is not gonna turn out well. Crew have their meal in relative silence. A heavy air hangs over the day's decisions. The crew return to their posts. You can choose who to spend your evening with. A dog liver can kill you? Really? Huh. I mean, I'm not knowledgeable in what dog meat will do to someone. So. Oh. Some last minute checks? No. No. Not last minute. Last minute checks come the morning we leave. Oh, well, it doesn't have to be thorough. Anything can change. No chances. You seem concerned. Does it hurt to be? No, not at all. You seem to be doing well. Considering the circumstances, I am. Thank you, Grimly. Aye, get some rest. Those poor creatures. They wouldn't have survived out here. Oh, killing them was a kindness, as unfortunate as that is. Mostly I'm concerned for our kennel master. Indeed, this can't be easy on the woman. That kennel was all she had. Not pretty, is it? But necessary. Don't know if Cordell will feel the same. I'll miss the wee beasties. Save you for last, miss. These poor beasties. Didn't want to have to do that. Toxic? Yeah, I could see liver toxicity. A lot of animal liver is healthy to a degree. Not just dogs. Would you rather have left them to wither? Of course not, Cavity, but where's Cavity? I played with him every day, having a look him in the eye before pulling that trigger. I know. It's a look I'm never gonna forget. Rough that. Oh, did they make the kids shoot one? They literally have to do that. It's kinder than leaving here to starve to me. Doesn't feel kinder. I know, son. I know. I was. I'm gonna miss them. I know. Well, it was some grisly business, but it's done now. Those creatures will be granted a greater peace than could be imagined on the ice. I must commend you for taking part. I said that I would. I hold my word to a certain standard, Captain. The Kennel Master has been even more silent than usual after today's events, understandably so. Perhaps it's best to check in on her. Hey there. It's okay, Stanberry. Evening, Cordell, Stanberry. Stanberry stays behind her master, softly whimpering. I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you at a difficult time. I just thought I should try. Check in. I'm sorry, I'll leave you be. Belford, wait. I apologize, May I ask you a question? Are the dogs included in that report of yours? Well, yes. I do have them listed by name. I've taken records of their shifts, but that's about it. I don't know much of the pack beyond that. Would you like to? I can tell you how they lived. Perhaps creatures such as they are less deserving to be eulogized. I disagree. Your dogs kept the crew alive, didn't they? They have just as much a claim as being heroes and explorers than any of us. And we repay them with the mercy of a quick death. Hardly seems fair trade, does it? I'm sorry. You didn't pull a trigger, nor will I begrudge you if you did. It was a necessary act. Still, tell me about them. I want to know more. Well, I suppose I should start with Stanberry, shouldn't I? Stanberry is... Well, that's the roughest week yet. And it's only 2 more weeks to go. Assuming we can live. People are going to start getting really sick next week. We're also going to have a lot of morale next week, so everything can just come crashing down. We have some seals. The sick and afflicted are still through the week by opening the morning. Oh wait, they held on. The sight of the ocean head lifts your spirit. You get +5 decorum. I don't see any +5 decorum. Yorick the Third cured of wounds, but is now freezing. It's like, ah, shit. Week 38. Before this gets any darker, I'm very quickly just going to be using the restroom. I apologize, the coffee's caught up with me. The nerves are not helping. I'll be right back. Well, wasn't that the funnest week? Wasn't that delightful? Okay. Are we abandoning the food? Oh, sure. Almost ready to set out. How the boat's looking, Grimly? Weathered. If we had any timber left, I could look at fixing him up. But we'll get there in one piece. Still need to assign crew to their stations. Plan carefully, Shaw. Don't know what we'll face out there. Everyone needs to pull their weight. Anything else, Captain? Thank you both for everything. I believe it's time we set sail. This is our only chance to make land. The Stoke brothers are waiting for you by the shore. I'll not pretend to be adept in nautical matters. I trust you will choose your boat captains and allocate the crew wisely. Wait, did all this not matter? Is like we have to pick who goes on what boat, and some of those boats will just drown, just fall. I can't risk the demoralization. Sorry, puppers. Ouch. It got us to a minimum, but we're still going to have morale issues in the end. So I hope the journey ahead will give us some morale back. Should have had him be a scientist, to be honest. Or an engineer. The kid. Too freezing, but not one of the engineers, so we could get a sick engineer next week. There's no medbay tent. All that's left is to go. Templeton, Hammond, Kurt, Cordell, Nutley, and Kasha all aboard the largest lifeboat. Grimley Jr. man the other two vessels. The remaining crew must be decided. The brothers are on different ships. All living crew must be allocated to the lifeboats before we could set sail. You have 14 left to assign. Who does it say is on who? It doesn't. Doesn't mention. All right. Oh, the specialist isn't there. Oh, I guess all the specialists are there. So Runt should be there. So we'll put his dad. And we'll take the glosses. Lifeboat 2. Can I have the scouts? Actually, no. Save one scout. Put on one engineer. Put Zach. And we'll put the old bones. And the rest can go join Junior. Or I guess that one's Grimly. Maybe I should have put one scientist per. Oh, screw you. Now the sun goes... Oh, I gotta adjust this now. Is there any more space in Lifeboat 1? Hallelujah, there is. Get in there, lad. That's why I got really upset if I couldn't put him back on the same boat as his dad. You're now ready to set sail. You will not be able to return from this point. Are you sure? Does that mean the food doesn't matter? I mean, I can't go back anyway. There's no way to go back. I wanted to, like, see if I could throw in the rest of the hoosh. Alright, what's happening? The camp is packed and the lifeboats are prepared for sail. Everything is ready, Captain. All that's left is for you to give the order. Keep alert. We're mercy at the ice of the ocean now. It's 2:15 in the afternoon. For some back home, the end of lunchtime. For you, the beginning of a countdown. Anticipation has quickly melted away the malevolent stagnation all we're feeling on the floe. Your past and future seem to shrink against the glaring challenges of the ice ahead. You grip the tiller firmly. Give it a stroke. The boats lurch forward, bobbing side to side, parting the inky waters. Stroke! Are you gaining speed now? Stroke. The cadence is reached by all those rowing, the oars lift in unison. Uncomfortable for most, the crew has arranged the equipment as best they can to lift their sitting position to account for the raised edge of the boats. It's not long before Nutley begins a periodic ritual of dry heaving over the side of the boat between his turns rowing. Kasha curls over the camera, paranoid of any moisture that may enter the mechanism. The fog finally clears to reveal the ice around. I can't do anything. No, get those ominous tones out of there. But what happened to the captain? Because the captain's still potentially out there. Like, did I miss out on that, or is there like a way I keep him, or what? There's no way I keep him because I stay the captain. I don't know what to expect now. Because this was supposed to be like we're going to a point for recon. There's an overlook. It's beautiful, but what's this telling me? Gorgeous lighting design in these images, though. I like that it's just like a straight path. Terrifying, but profoundly beautiful all at once. By evening, you've nearly escaped the ice. The empty ocean is almost visible on the horizon. The boats lurch. The smell's horrendous. Though seemingly enticing to a large gathering of snow petrels, they shoot down from the sky at their leisure, scooping up meal at a time. It's pretty. It absolutely was. Yeah, mackerel fish, I think. How'd you know that? My father used to take me fishing whenever we could. Hammond stops rowing momentarily. You sure about that, kid? Because you've been puking for the year straight at least. The doctor goes red and tries to prove he can hold it in. Kasha furrows her brow, readying the camera. What do you think it means? Doesn't mean anything. A cold current, most likely, where the ice meets the ocean. Grimly calls from his boat. It's a bad omen. Living aren't supposed to be out here. Templeton grumbles to himself something about superstition. Is that all fish down below? I can see, or is that just pockets of ice? With the birds overhead, it's nigh impossible to avoid their droppings. At least it's warmer than the snow. One finds its way into the doctor's hair. A fresh gastral purge falls asleep. Kasha looks too uncomfortable shielding her camera. Why is there humor at the very end after everything that was just dark? Is it like playing off that, or is there just going to be something worse that's about to happen? Um, Sailors made a career of defying where people shouldn't be able to go. Grimley's no different, I'm no different. She seems satisfied with the answer, taking a photo across the water. Cordell lifts a fish from the ocean and presents it to Stanberry. The animal smells it before shying away from the food. She drops it back in the ocean and buries herself in the animal's furs. You just picked up food. Why can we keep it? I think that's all just fish below. Keep sailing. After hours of rowing, you finally reach the open ocean. It's impossible to avoid the stingy sprays of the sea as they invade the boat periodically. Everyone is left bailing with whatever they can find. Hats, mugs, even bare hands lift out water. The crew begin to curse the night at each other and at events gone past. It's the only means of protest that doesn't interrupt attempts to remain warm. Some heed your school too proud. Others continue despite. Some can't physically help but let the indignities escape throughout the night. Grim beneath his breath. Shit. I don't like that. I don't like that. Get that orchestra toned down. Lightning flashes to the west, told by rapturous thunder, underscoring the sounds of the sea. Your screams are lost in the thunder as loud, abrupt waves smash against the boats. Rogue wave! You just about crest it. A moment passes before the other two lifeboats join you. Every sailor knows the tale of rogue waves, freak anomalies that plague seas such as these. You hear singing, started by Junior. It infects the rest of the sailor folk defiant against the storm. The song is about three sisters dancing to seduce a sailor. They're trying to keep their morale up. The second larger wave hits the boats. The same again, just about. The sailors change key. You don't know the words, but you'll never forget the tune. Echoing as best you can, the others follow suit from behind the tarp. Even Templeton sings. Shit. The third, final, largest wave hits the boat. You're lifted near vertical. The spray enters your lungs. It feels like forever before your boat... Your lungs, Bert. It feels like forever before your boat finally crests the wave. The tiller buckles in your hand. Your eyes burn from the salt of the sea. All three boats make it across. Holy shit. You finally make land. The navigator is the first to step on solid ground. He turns to the rest of you sodden. Oh, they covered everyone's sprites in ice now. We've made it, ladies and gentlemen. Land at last. Week 39. Land. Didn't consume any resources. That's Act 4. Oh, now there's the resources. Holy shit. You look out across the ocean and consider the journey thus far. What do we got? Just Hammond. Oh, he lost his hat. He's bald. Bald! The carpenter sent me. Says we ought to get building some proper gravestones for the dead. Oh, does he mean the people that left? Can't say I disagree. Get it on your order. He leaves. A proper eulogy will also be expected. It would be best if you considered your words now, Captain. This is a difficult time for us all. Did I lose people? We've progressed. I don't see anyone that passed. I think they're talking about the people that left at the start of the game. I think it's just like a eulogy for them when we made it. I did promise that. We've progressed beyond the last known location of the Viscount. Answers to its disappearance may lie on this isle. Captain, once we are through here, I would recommend you scout the area for any sign of human activity. For safety, of course. That falls to me. Visit the gravesite. You see the engineer taking away some navigation equipment with his usual sour expression. Ah, shit. Places the equipment to the side and lets out a grunt. Damn thing still doesn't work. Anything into the environment? Hammond gives you a sideways glance. Maybe. Couldn't begin to know. Not like we have any bloody experience for this. Not a bloody soul's come this far south. Who knows what's ahead? Having trouble. Kurt approaches, a more noticeable limp on the man, forcing him to use his cane. What do you want? Still trying to get the compass working again. Ran that I might. The look on Kurt's face is one of hesitation, as his eyes dart all around, doing all to avoid the gaze of Hammond. I, uh, I have something to declare regarding my previous actions. Carry on, Kurt. I believe that in dire circumstances, pride often takes the better of us. Stop stalling. What are you trying to say? I would just like to apologize over our earlier scrap. I got carried away before, and I see it did neither of us any good. You're right there. It's not in me to hold a grudge, Hammond, least of all trapped out in this cold. Enough with the appeals. Just spit it out, why don't you? We should be working together, and more importantly, I am sorry. From the bottom of my heart, I apologize. Hammond pauses for a moment while looking towards Kurt. After that moment, he returns to tinkering with his equipment before finally speaking. Accepted. Excuse me, what was that? Apology accepted. So can I expect the two of you to work together from now on? As best we can, I don't think I have another fight in me, Captain. First and last, eh? I've fought before. Would have fooled me. Well, I suppose I'll be off. Best of luck with your adjustments, Hammond. No chance of getting them working here. We're relying on you. I'm sure I'm a relic when compared to your machines. I'm relying on you. Ah, I see. Kurt steps away, returning to camp at large. Crossing the ridge and visit the gravesite. Nothing here just yet. He didn't even want to talk to me at that point. I hope I can get morale up, because I don't know if I'm going to make it. I have 6 dogs, and that's only 18 in the furnace. It's not enough. I have to make do with what I have. Unless there's more out here. Inspect the cairn. It has food! Inside the cairn, you find a letter, some supplies, and a bolt-action rifle. To you who find this message, here lies the final testament of the Viscount. We made our arrival on the east shore of the island before moving on. We established a cap. That's like several decades old food. Shit. We made our arrival on the east shore of the island before moving on. We established a cabin to mark the landing point. There you will find enough supplies to support a crew of 20 for a full year. While charting the perimeter of the island, the crew came across a cavern at the mouth of the central mountain. Captain Wayland decided to split the crew in order to chart the location further. His half elected to enter the cave through the open stream, while we've been sent to mark the western coast on land. I don't trust the captain. His actions of late have been erratic, cagey. He has avoided all questions from myself and the rest of the crew. This behavior is only exacerbated since encountering the cave. Enclosed is an instrument that may be needed in some time. If you find said instrument to be missing from this cairn, you will know that the worst has occurred. If you are reading this in our wake, another poor crew sent to this isle, heed my advice. Turn back. There is something truly wrong with this land. It has felt the touch of the three sisters, cursed to swallow poor sailors whole. If you are wise, you will not allow it to happen to you. Turn back. Signed, Bertrand Reynolds, head scout of the Viscount. So there's still even more decisions to be made here. That supplies my food. It's still not enough. Shit. Nothing else like can be done here. We might be effed up by 1 morale. Are you kidding me? The crew have their meal. A wave of ease and rest falls over the crew, safe and fed. Dinner ends slowly. The crew make their way to the graves. The eulogy awaits. Nelly approaches you. That's a new sprite, alright? Captain, we've come a long way, haven't we? You've grown a lot in that time, Nutley. Have I? Am I any taller? uh, Before we move on, there's something I have to confess. Something that I've carried on my back this whole time. I don't feel right keeping it further from you. So, I allowed Captain Hunt to abandon us. Fine. When the ship was going down, I saw him. I watched as he grabbed his supplies and began to take off onto the ice. He saw me, but didn't say a word. He knew I was too spineless to do anything. I couldn't even bring myself to tell anyone. He was right. I was too spineless. Until now, at least. And now you know. I didn't help. Every time I could have done something, I froze up. And I'll carry that guilt with me. I'm sorry. The truth had to come out. Do what you will with that information. I'll accept anything you decide, Captain. Nelly walks off, returning to his tent. Oh, she lost the hat too. Ah, Captain, is there something I should be made aware of? We're keeping no secrets, if that's what you're implying. Mr. Templeton has been snooping around, interrogating me on my report. It seems as we approach rescue, he's taken upon himself to approve of what lies in my writing. He's taken it upon himself, correct? You didn't set him up to this, right? I'll inform him to leave you be. Good. I'm no stranger to people who want to omit parts of my work. I saw it plenty while covering the riots, but I have no intention of censoring this report. A story not based on the truth is worthless. If I have to leave parts out of or fabricate others, then what is a story worth telling if in the first place? Gee, Western and Japanese media censorship, huh? That came out wrong. Pretty much. Thank you, censorship. Don't censorship. Shit happens. I don't know where I'm going with this. I had a bunch of jokes and they all fell flat. Yippee doopy doo. You always gloss up a little. You turn your head up to Kurt approaching, apparently having eavesdropped on the conversation. What do you mean? Well, a story can be plenty honest, but some require a little bit of polish. How about your films? Weren't they honest to conceal expeditions? Oh, they were. Well, more or less. More or less. Most of it was true, I'm sure. Most of it? I'm not interested in mostly true. You're right. Kurt shouldn't suggest you lie about the expedition. I'm suggesting nothing of the sort, for I am no stranger to the world of show business. What I do isn't show business, Kurt. It's journalism. I've been around both long enough to know they're one and the same. You should hear some of the tabloid rumors I've heard about myself in my time. I'm aiming to be better than gutter press, Kurt. You've been part of countless documentaries. Surely you wouldn't care about presenting the facts? The facts are not immune to artistic license. Can't believe what I'm hearing. Of course not. I fully own up to that spot of immaturity. I won't deny it. Why are you suggesting this, Kurt? I just feel that we've braved so much we deserve a somewhat flattering write-up, so perhaps some missions are necessary? Such as what? Many of the crew come from backgrounds best not shared with the public, and more's happened here than should remain on the ice. Yeah. That private conversation with Nutley. You resign yourself from the sale. Is that what this is? You want nobody know about whatever health issues you have under wraps? Regardless, it remains under wrap. It's not for public to know. I agree. He is due privacy. Sorry, Kasha. I'm simply stating the facts for this kind of story. People want to be inspired. There's no need to saddle them with the nitty-gritty. But I'm here for the story, the full story. Oh, she's been so sweet this whole ride. And now she's just gotten all riled up. No single solitary soul wants to hear the full story. Nobody got into the Arctic expedition because they heard about the rest of us having dysentery. You just want to protect your own image, don't you? What? Well, no, it's nothing of the sort, but I'm no fool. I see what you're trying to do. We aren't publicists, Kurt. Oh, this is just a juggling game between the two of them. Oh, goodness. I know, I know. I didn't think you would be so concerned about your image, Kurt. That's your mistake. Mistake? You can't expect me to be the perfect role model you see in the films. I'm only human. I've been married thrice, hobbled once, and plagued with every vice there is. What do I have as my exploits, as my legacy? I would wish you not to take that away from me as well. Kasha looks to you, her usual upbeat visage melted into disbelief. I can't lie on your behalf, Kurt. You don't understand the power of optics. Every part of your report puts my livelihood at stake. Your livelihood or your image? The cold truth is, there's no difference between between the two of them. And you, Captain, do you believe this as well? Oh, wrong button. Okay, drop down. I want to click on this. What's my relationship with the two of them so I can better juggle? Kurt's on by an edge. Kasha has a lot. We can afford to be a little... Uh... We can afford to be a little harder on Kasha. I'm sorry. Please, Kasha, take it into consideration. You... Can't believe you. It's simply a matter of painting a more flattering picture. That is no difficult task. Maybe not for you, Kurt. Kasha storms back to her tent. Kurt gives you an uncomfortable glance. The man looks shaken by the response and above all appears to be deeply embarrassed. Without a word, he staggers back to the heart of camp. All right, Templeton. Captain, we've escaped the ice. We're on land. Close now, Shaw. So very close. We both saw that cairn, Captain. Traces of the expedition which came before us. Shaw, I believe we still can find the Viscount. Our mission can continue. Why is finding the ship important to you? Because some things are greater than the lives of the individual. I've chosen to live by that philosophy my entire career. I know that after all this time, the specifics of our employ may seem inconsequential. But tell me, Captain, do you think the Appertons would pour all this effort, put this many lives at risk if they didn't think there was something truly paradigm-shifting at the end of it? We'll finish it. I'm going to ignore the warnings. I don't doubt if we shall, one way or the other. We'll speak soon. Good luck, Captain. He stops and turns before leaving. One last thing. What happened to your captain's hat? Be honest. The dog ate it. Hmm. So there's different ways to lose the thing. That's funny. This is the gravesite. Hold a eulogy for the dead. The crew are called before you. You tentatively lift yourself onto a crate. Hushed whispers roll through the audience. Kasha readies her ledger and pencil. They once again await your next words. How will you deliver them? Dog ate my homework. He did. He did. He ripped my hat. I'm sad. Well, it wasn't my hat, but whatever. With the implicit confidence in the impossible results that you've achieved so far. Some arrogance in this world is justified, especially when lives are being saved. The crew look to you miserable, the scars of the sail past exposed under the light of day. I'm not one for grand speeches, that much should be clear by now. I'll keep this short. These two are the exact same. Did I miss like a goal somewhere? I've tried my best to rise to the occasion. I'm well aware that some of you may not consider that to be enough. But our thoughts remain on those we've lost. The eulogy begins. The Stoke brothers begin a tune together in remembrance. Want versus expected, yeah. You recite the names and stations of all lost to the ice and ocean. Each individual name seems to sting different groups of the crew. By the time you're finished, not a single soul is left without their affecting moment. Oh, yes. You say the names of the dogs, this perks of Cordell's attention. May all be granted their rest. Ah. The eulogy is ended. The crew look to you for answers. Kurt speaks up. Our work's not finished yet. We still have a mountain to scale. We all saw the cairn. Across that path is safety. A cabin with enough supplies to last us until rescue. Templeton clears his throat. What is our current priority, Captain? Am I really going to betray Templeton in the name of safety right now? Shit. Well, I am saved to this point, so maybe I can go both ways. Let's go to the Viscount. I promise. Let's go on this. The Viscount. We're close now. There's murmuring among the crew. The idea of finding the Viscount seems to be a task long forgotten by those before you. The assurance of solid ground seems to stir those listening. Well said, Captain. Indeed. Well, we don't have much time. Best be moving on back to work. The crew are granted the time they need before they eventually disperse, returning their roles at camp. Is there more than 39 weeks now? How much further is this game going to go? I was told this was a 7-hour run. I mean, the stream doesn't help, but... we can survive. You dream you're back on the Temperance. Jesus Christ. You awake shaken, literally, by the engineer. He stands over you bug-eyed. For a moment, you think you're back on the Temperance. Hammond? Shaw! It's Cordell! You peel yourself from the sleeping bag and get up. No, not her. Never took her for a craven. Yes, we need to find her before it's too late. God dang it. I liked her. She was one of my favorite of the cast so much. The two of you charge out the tent into the snow. Found tracks heading up the mountain pass. You follow tracks away from camp. It's half an hour before you finally spot her ascending the dead mountain. There she is. Right to camp, I'll handle this. Not letting you screw this up by yourself. Approach slowly, take my lead. You both creep up towards her silhouette. She had a gun. Cordell picks up on the sound, slowly turning back around you to spot both in her line of sight. She clears her throat. Captain Shaw. Hammond. To what do I owe the surprise? Don't play coy. We know what you're up to. Then you seem to be several steps ahead of myself. And what am I apparently up to? Please, educate me. You know full well why we're here. I can't say I do. I have no reasonable idea what you're trying to tell me. If you wish to make paranoid accusations, you should inform me on what those accusations are. Be honest. What do you think it is? This isn't a matter of can, it's a question of should. And from my position, you've left me with no alternative. Please tell me why you're trying to leave. Stanberry's expecting. Stanberry's a girl. Should be doing what's best for the pups. What's it look like I'm doing, Robin? If you leave, you're ensuring their demise. Perhaps, but there's more of a chance out here than with the rest of you. I'm not going to allow Stanberry and I to be part of this expedition any further. You think the two of you will be better off without the rest of us? I do. Those puppies will be my new litter. I'll start over. Certainly not the first time I've had to do... Oh, dark. The snowfall's begun to set on you both. You should have come to me first, Cordell. We both know that wouldn't have worked. Let me convince you now. I'm listening. We need both of you. She's still listening. Oh, this is tense. I don't want to lose her. But I'm also worried she can fire and kill Hammond. Most of the people of the expedition of this age are... Most of the people on this expedition are half the age of you and I. You've seen Nutley, you've seen Kasha. Even without your dogs, we need your experience. Temperament. I can't herd children without my kennel master and her best dog. The lady is silent for a minute. Oh. This was her loyal moment? The three of you begin the long trek back to camp. Stanberry follows patiently. Not a word is spoken on the journey back. Do I get my supplies back? Still week 38. Kasha, careful. I feel like I'm about to lose someone any second. Like, consistently. I'm doing my best. I really am. I still have 2 wounded and I can't do anything. You turn your head to spot Kasha perched precariously over the edge. her camera in hand, lining up another shot from her position. It's a great shot of the horizon, trust me. You got a good shot of falling to your death. Get back here. The ground's not safe. The ground isn't safe. You can't trust anything beneath your feet this high up. Kasha doesn't heed their warnings, instead lining up the shot and snapping it cleanly. There, no issue. And this just might be the banner image for the report. If the civilian is done being foolish, might we move on? It's gonna crack right now, won't it? Only for her to slip on the ice beneath. You lunge forward and pull Kasha forward so that she isn't hurtling over the edge, but her initial stumble sent the camera falling below. Shit. That was a close one. My camera! Be thankful the camera took the plunge, not yourself, young one. Despite reassurances, Kasha moves back to the edge of the cliff, peering over, searching for her camera. I can't lose it. Everything from the expedition was on there. Wait, I see it. Nonsense, it's a blip on the rocks. You can't see the ground from the distance. No, it's not on the ground. It's snagged on the ice. It's not far down. I can climb back down and... Not a hope. You want to go back to climbing? I lose that camera. My entire reason for being on this nightmare goes with it. I'm getting that camera. She turns to you. We have to do this. No. No? What do you mean, no? Camera, Kasha, you have your notes. My notes aren't enough. The world needs these photos to believe this. You have the testimony of the rest of us. The story comes from you, not that machine. Kurt steps forward. I'll do it. Do not yell. No, you won't. I insist, Captain. This isn't for debate. You're both staying here. That's an order. I'm not having someone die. I don't mind a morale loss. I don't mind a few more people hating me. Besides, he has a little bit of leeway. You're quite fine with me. Both their loyalty goes into play. Oh wait, so who do I not have loyalty? I'm barely on I'm on a razor thin margin with Hammond. I'm really worried for this guy. Kurt agrees. The camera slips from the ledge into the pail below. You lose all your research. You lose one camera. Was that all of it? It was. What on earth? Move to the peak of the mountain. I thought they were done with maintenance, but I guess not. I apologize for anything in the back. The crew finally crest the mountain top. The hell is that? Grabbing everyone's attention is a cave in the rock wall. Cave. A good spot, some shelter from the winds. Still, what lies inside, and may prove a danger. The crew get to work setting up camp at the peak of the mountain. Camp is set up. There's still more going on. And I have no clue how we're going to handle resources beyond this point. I'll save this in case I can find anything around. Let's do the orders first, then we'll save. Kurt and Kasha. Captain, it's just my luck. Oh, she got her head back. Just my luck, isn't it? To make it this far and to lose the camera in the final hurdle. We should be grateful nothing more important was lost. As Kurt approaches, Kasha lets out a small chuckle. Yes, that is the bright side, of course. Your life is much more important than the camera. Yes, still, it would have been nice to recover it. Of course, I'm not taking this for granted. Ahem. Uh, there is something I should say. Past comments I made. Forgiven. Allow me to apologize first. No, I understand now. You can't convince me to lie in my report. I'll tell the entire truth. I understand. And the truth is that Kurt Darling is a true hero. You needn't say that. I've caused my fair share of trouble on this expedition. What the hell are they doing in my apartment, man? Jesus. I apologize if you can hear any of the backdrop of the construction, but I can't really help it. Yes, and I don't intend to hide that from anyone. But your heroism is more important to share. What did you tell me about inspiring others? Thank you. I can only hope another young Kasha Belford reads my report. You deserve to be commended, Kurt. We don't deserve anything, Robin. That shouldn't be our motivation. Chasing glory has been a vice of mine for too long. Whatever you write about me, it has my blessing. Yeah, I can expect honesty. Thank you, friend. And thank you. The horn has just been blaring for the last 5 minutes. Only you. Captain, it is time. We are at a crossroads, and a decision needs to be made. We both read the Khan. We know the location the Viscount lies in this cave. We are close. Our mission's end lies in wait. And what if pursuing it causes us to miss our rescue? They can always send another ship. The Aptritons won't stop at one. If what we read is correct, the shore cabin should hold enough rations to last us a full year. We can afford the risk of missing a simple ship. I think it's worth it. We should secure the cabin first before returning. Right, of course. But this mountain is perilous, Captain. Can we survive a second trek? You should inform the crew of our movement as soon as you leave this tent. I know you will make the right call. This is not the ending I expected, to be completely honest. You look out across the ocean. There's several hearts. You overhear the Stoke brothers engaged in what sounds like an argument. What did you say? Sorry, Grimly, but I can't fool myself any longer. Let's face it, don't abandon us. Wrong. That's all we have to say, Grimly. We've been out here so long, he left without word. He left us to die. Be torn up in a blizzard, to eaten by a seal, whatever else. He didn't care, did he? You don't know what you're saying. I know Hunt better than you, Junior. The captain would never. He's not our captain. What? I don't want to push him further away because he's the one person I don't have loyalty on. I don't think leaving them is the... They know I'm here listening. Take it easy, nothing is certain. Nothing. There's nothing I knew for certain, Shaw. If it wasn't for Hunt, we wouldn't be stuck here. He did this to us. Fine. Grimly storms off, marching toward his tent. Junior only lets out a sigh in response. Oh. Romance on the ice. You pass the tent and are quick to notice what's going on. Kasha and the intrepid photographer standing close to the doctor, their faces pressed closely together. She's alerted to your footsteps and opens her eyes, which quickly widen as you're spotted. Quickly, she and Nutley pull away from each other, their hands nervously swiveling around the tent, Nutley letting out a punctual cough. Captain, you could have cleared your throat or something. We were just, sticking together for warmth. A clever decision. It's quite clever. Clever us to be doing that. That was definitely what we were. I think our good captain was joshing us. The outer shell is quite dense, and we should take a greater issue for us. Congratulations, both of you. Oh, thank you, Captain. We should be thanking you, Shaw, placing us together in one. Oh, was there supposed to be a better resolution with the brothers, but because I don't have Grimly up, that's why it's not a heart. Placing us together in a tent for a year certainly fostered conversation. I didn't consider myself a matchmaker. We spoke at length, first about his unexpectedly vast knowledge of ice fishing, and ended with casual conversation about our favorite newspaper strips. Ah, look at the blush. It wasn't entirely casual. What do you mean? Ah, knew you didn't notice it. Notice what? Kasha clears her throat before putting on an affected voice, dramatically quoting her past statements. Why, Doctor, I think it will be a great subject for my next report. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a write-up on your interesting life. A handsome young medical prodigy. You must have a bevy of suitors. Doctor, there's this excellent seafood restaurant in the capital. We should absolutely eat there when we return to land. Kasha chuckles to herself. I used we, for goodness sake. I was beginning to think you were oblivious to all the flirtation. I recognize some of it. This is me to a T. I am a dense individual. That is shown several times in my streams. That is me 100%. I recognize some of it. I was just too nervous to respond at the time. Oh, it's true. I did think you were just passionate about seafood. And then... I love that it also gives you the chance, if you've bonded with the character, you have the opportunity to listen more, or you could just walk away at any time. I like that. It's an extra level of storytelling that wasn't needed, but it helps for this kind of narrative. We couldn't help ourselves, honestly. I deeply admired her passion for the craft, her headstrong way of thinking, how she was so focused on her future. Everything I wanted in myself. And I admired his courage to went up against his fears in possibly the worst situations possible. That's the kind of thing they make films out of. I just thought we were winding down. I told her I wanted to see her again after we returned to civilization. Suffice to say, I was surprised you just blurted out. I surprised myself. Before that, I had long stopped considering that we'd make it back. Of course, that led to a new conversation all through the morning. And before we knew it, we were having a romantic embrace at the south of the world. That's until you walked in, Captain. Yes, rather inopportune of you. Kasha pauses for a moment. You don't take issue with this, do you, Captain? When will you be holding the wedding? Excuse me. Good one, Captain. Presumably all goes well, of course. Not for another year or 2. Or 5. Yeah, Doctor, you know me. I like to live fast. 5 years is fast. Think I could whittle you down? Joking, of course. Far too soon to speak on that. Well, forbidden or not, we're at the end of the journey here, I hope. Matters of the crew in the past, Cecil. I'm with Kasha. Well, it's something I look forward to. Been quite a while since we had that. Agreed. I wish you both happiness. It's what's deserved. Thank you, Captain. Now, if you'll excuse us. Achievement unlocked for warmth. Find love on the ice. Ah, but it wasn't for me. Unless it's with Cordell, maybe? Not Templeton, please. Speak to the navigator and the engineer. You notice Hammond and Kurt huddled against the boiler deep in conversation. As you approach, their heads perk up, noticing you. Captain, didn't see you there. Apologies, Captain. Seems you were both caught up in our work. My work. You're just watching me, Kurt. But you did manage to pick up on the materials. We're just replacing the spy gas I cracked on the mountain. May not be of any use in the cave, but you never know when we might need it next. Aye, once again my boiler comes in handy. What do you make of the cave? It's an odd one, no doubt. A lot of questions we shouldn't be answering. Priority should be get to shore, not to be ghost spelunking. Coming from you. Isn't that the point of your short films? Upon hearing that, Kurt puffs out his chest. Oh? So you've seen my films? That's the one. And what did you think? Pure bollocks. I should have figured. I think they're rather good. Thank you. Of course you'd say that, Captain. I just can't get over all the inaccuracies in them. What inaccuracies? You take me for a fool, Kurt. I know a stage shot when I see one. Well, they did certainly clean up a lot in the edit. I don't get it. What don't you understand, chum? You're a proper bloody navigator, Kurt, and a damn hero. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Thank you. So why do you star in all those phony films? I wouldn't call them phony. And well, they may not be the best picture of accuracy, but they have the power to inspire people, more so than any true story could. Agreed. Now, that is what I like to hear. I'm glad my films had such an effect on you, Captain. You really like that shite. Everyone's entitled to their tastes, Hammond. Oh, I do appreciate your more cynical approach. In fact, it's clear that if there's one thing I'm in need of, it's someone who can keep me grounded. Get to it, Kurt. What do you want me to say? I was wondering, would you consider... Spit it out, would you? All right. Would you consider joining me on this, and for further expeditions? As an engineer? Yes, but also a level head. I need someone like you. I'll think about it, Kurt. Maybe I'll join both of you. Asking for a job, Captain. Three of us on the same crew again? That's bound to go horribly wrong. Perhaps, but I think our ingenuity will pull us through. Hammond pulls up the replacement spyglass. Anyway, here you are, all finished. Incredible. Great work, Hammond. No problem, Kurt. Kahurangi. What? My real name. Kurt's just for the media. Kahurangi Tuhuro. All right, Kahurangi. See you around, friend. You too. I wish to speak with you on a matter. What matter? Concerning your report. Put simply, I have a story for you to include regarding who I am. The Cordell lore, I've waited for this. You're a kennel master. That is true, but not the whole truth. I've been waiting to see more about this. I have been curious about it. I have no doubts you were. Cordell turns to Kasha as the reporter quickly scrambles to gather her notepad and pen. Now, I'm certain you've heard them call me Lady Cordell. Frequently. I asked around and apparently it was a moniker granted to due to how you spoke. Well, those who dubbed me with that name have no idea the irony in doing so. The truth is, I am a noble. Or rather, I was. What? I suspected you might have had an upper-class background. Your suspicions have not done you wrong, Shaw. I was born and raised with the nobility. I don't mean to call you a liar, but that's just a big claim. Ingrid Cordelia Weston. What? You keep your ear to the ground often, I'm sure you've heard of her. Yes, actually, she's a distant relative of the monarchy. Had a seat as an MP for a brief period. Went missing unexpectedly. Well, I am Ingrid Cordelia Weston. I have all the proof I need to show you. No need, I believe you. You do? It would certainly be an odd thing to lie about. I assume you are aware of the political system, Kasha? To no end. Researching is possibly one of the most dull and harrowing parts of my last report. And yourself, Captain? I'm quite confident in my knowledge. I was in the Admiralty. I have to keep on top of things. I see. Well, as a distant cousin of said monarch, I was placed in one of these parliamentary seats. And as you can imagine, I had no interest in being an MP. My aversion was human interaction was no different in my youth. From the age I received my first dog as a gift in my childhood, I have pretty much preferred their company. Surely there was a time where you weren't such a recluse. Well, you've encountered and viewed many of the nobility in your time, correct? Ah, correct. Would you choose to spend your time amongst those people? Fair point. So, this whole time I've been traveling with a runaway MP. Yes, I suppose it does sound quite unusual. I find it shocking you were never found. Perhaps that would be true for another in my position. Though they never would say as much, my departure was quite mutual. But why did you leave? The reasons for that are quite simple. I refuse to live that life any longer. In that world, in my position, certain things were expected of me. Act with decorum, attend every social event, keep your real self hidden until you're considered suitable to be shipped off into a political marriage. A grim reality, one I wanted no part of. My choice was clear, and I didn't hesitate my thought for a moment. I left home in the dead of the night, taking only two things with me. My certificate of birth, for reasons more practical than sentimental, and my dog, for reasons more sentimental than practical. I started a breeding kennel in the capital, earned the moniker of Lady Cordell among the common folk. And from then, I was free. Free to feel the ground beneath my feet. As Cordell speaks, Kasha intently takes notes. I see. So, trapped in a restrictive role in society, you broke free of your chains, yearning to be independent? I suppose yes. Just like a wild pack of dogs, able to roam free. Please do not include a surface-level poetic interpretation of my actions. Poetics are my calling, but okay. Have you ever considered returning to nobility? Not even slightly. That life is simply not for me. Thank you for sharing, Cordell, but why have you shared this with me? Why now? My report, it will expose your identity to everyone. Would you allow that? Because I trust you to tell my story, and I no longer have anything to hide. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I'll tell the whole truth of your tale. I know you will, assuming you have out that tripe about the wild dogs. And yourself, Captain? Speaking of dogs, how is Stanberry? Faring well, still pregnant. What? Stanberry's pregnant? Yes, quite fortunate for me after what happened to my kennel. What do you intend to do with the litter? I intend on replacing the kennel I lost, piece by piece. Stanberry will birth a new generation of sled dogs, so you'll be continuing your line of work. Yes, I'd much sooner begin again as a kennel master than return to the nobility. Agreed. So, that's your entire story? More or less, yes. I'm sure Captain Shaw has no objections to the tale. What say you, Captain? Thank you for sharing. I appreciate your listening. I can't believe you would trust us with... Thank you, friend. Do not mistake this for closeness. I simply trust your credentials enough to consider you a professional. But, you're welcome, friend. You turn and leave Kosh and Cordell. Alright. In position. Posture check. Let's see what Mr. Templeton has for us. You find the crew's science officer overlooking several petri dishes containing various materials picked from the walls of the cave. Curiosa and Curiosa. What's curious? Captain, observe the materials we uncovered just in the entrance of the cave. Copper, tungsten, antimony. They're deposits more likely found in lakes, not at all in a cave. Let alone a mountain-top cave in the polar region. Nothing above it seems natural. Could this be why the Appletons were looking at this area? Perhaps. May I ask a question, Captain? I've assumed you must enjoy my questions at this stage. You keep honoring them. Well, regardless, we have been working together for some time now, and in that time I've been able to evaluate you. After assessing your abilities and your decision-making, I can safely conclude that you are more than capable in your role as captain. As such, I would like to offer you a job. You wish to work again with me, Templeton? My wishes are irrelevant. You're more than qualified for the role. I can easily recommend you to the company head. It's time I told you the truth of who we're working for. Even more you haven't told me. It's beneficial to keep my cards close to my chest until you are fully evaluated. It took 39 weeks, man, really? Templeton reveals a tin can of rations. He passes it over to you. The woman modeling on the front stares back to you before looking back to Templeton. Am I working for the model? Yes, actually. Her name is Minerva Appleton. She's the president of the Appleton Tinning Company. I fear I may have lead poisoning. I really want to go for these jokey ones, maybe on a different run. The same reason anyone would. Tinned foods is perhaps the lowest priority with the company in today's age, as you can likely tell by the shoddy work on our rations. Instead, Lady Appleton is focused on turning her company into the only option in commerce, which is why she sought after the expedition of the Viscount. She's interested in what the Viscount found in the ice. Tell me everything you know. No doubt there are several details Minerva has kept hidden from myself, but I will tell you what I can. The original expedition of the Viscount was carried out by the government, a race to find the southernmost point of the world, chartered in the name of glory of science. But upon arrival, it appears they discover the same strange environments as we have, and so they chose to investigate instead of heading back. And, contrary to legend and hearsay, it wasn't the cold and the starvation that drove the crew mad. It was what they found in there that took their minds. And what did they find? That part remains a mystery, but what we do know... There was a witness. A survivor washed ashore. Half mad, the tongue cut out. They lived only long enough to give us a hint of what we were looking for. It's unknown what lies in wait should we find the Viscount, but from what we know, the crew of that vessel found something... world-changing. This is no mere treasure. What they found was unnatural in nature, a paradox existing at the most southern point of the world. And whoever retrieves it, brings it back to civilization, will shape the path of human advancement for the next century. I think I'm being underpaid for this. As I can show you, a greater rate of pay would be available should we recover the secret of the Viscount. Let's do this, for glory. I can always go back. Then on top priority is to recover the Viscount, what the Viscount found. Precisely my thoughts, Captain. It's good to see we're both of the same little mind. Oh, sorry. Now I've told you all I know. Please, leave me to my research. You turn, but Templeton speaks up once more. Oh, Captain, you never officially responded to my offer. Do you wish to work with Appleton Tinning Company after this? I'll take it under consideration. See that you do, Captain. You notice the compasses are pointing directly towards the cave. I subject everyone to a year, except Grimly, probably. The hoosh is fed but will freeze. We go. A commitment kept. The Dark Cave network reveals itself into an open... Why couldn't I just tell certain people to go for the rescue ship and then just stay in here? The Dark Cave network reveals itself to an opening. That is beautiful. What a concept. There it stands before you, the Viscount. Where it was left by its former crew, but not as it was left. The ship stands quite different indeed. The snow filtering into the grotto seems almost frozen in time. The weather itself remains fixed in awe of the impossibility sprouting from the great lost ship. You barely believe your eyes. It's certainly not a dream. You make out the letter spelling Viscount on the hull of the vessel. After 5 years. No, 6. After the most roundabout possible road, you finally found it. God, it's... You're uncharacteristically at a loss for words. You continue to stand in awe of the ship. Wow. Yeah, no, it is wow. It's... Like, obviously, like, the boat in the cave is nothing new, but this is... Like, the transformation of the boat itself melding with the nature is quite beautiful. Neither of you come to words, staring at the frame of the ship before you. My word, this is it. Kasha appears to be lost for words. Instinctively, she reaches down for her camera before her eyes widen. Oh no, damn it! You okay, what's wrong? Really no pictures. There isn't a soul who believes this without photographic evidence. Well, they're at least eyewitnesses. They can't think it's all mad, right? My goodness, would you look at this? In all my years, never have I seen something this remarkable, beautiful, amazing. Sure is something. The impossible lies before our very eyes, a reward for those who've braved the land of no return. Shaw, could it all have been worth it to find this at the end of our road? My goodness. Shaw, despite the vegetation, the Viscount looks to be intact. I shouldn't hazard to get my hopes up, but... Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Captain, we must study this at once. I was concerned, Shaw. I was worried that we might not find anything at the end, but this is more than I could have possibly imagined. How could something like this exist out here? It's not possible, is it? Believe your eyes, Doctor. Oh, grimly, it looks familiar, doesn't it? Aye, a tree in the snow. The fruit of the 3 sisters, right? An old tale would keep me up at night. Careful, Shaw. There's many sailors about this, none of them good. Awfully superstitious, don't you think? Any good sailor would be. Besides, we're looking at it now, aren't we? The fuck? Am I seeing things here? You are not. You be fucking joking. I know this tree. I don't give a shit about some bloody tree. What? Then what are we? The Viscount, look at it. It's seaworthy. You know that from a look. I know every inch of it. Just like the twin. We can sail this. Captain, this truly is a discovery for the ages. We need a moment to collect our thoughts. Under no circumstances is anyone to touch that boat. For all we know, that plant could be poisonous. We need to practice extreme caution. Well, you're the botanist, aren't you? Take a look at it. Stanberry, please. I'm no expert on plants, but something about that thing unnerves me. Don't trust it for a second. We need a proper assessment of that tree, Templeton. Agreed, this is what I came in for, Shaw. This is the fruit about it. This is why they had the botanist. They knew. So they sent the botanist for the It makes sense. That's why Templeton was the head scientist. Well, we shouldn't lose focus. The crew get to work setting a makeshift camp on the side of the ship in the grotto. I can't even back out anymore. Hello? We missed a boat. We had a boat missing. Is the captain here? Is Hunt here? It's locked. I don't like this. I got the heebie-jeebies, but I also need, unfortunately, to use the restroom again. Will the music play in the back? No, the music's silent now. Ooh. I'll be right back. One quick moment. I promise this will probably be the last break. We're getting close. I can feel it. All right. Throat's getting hoarse even. That'll help. I assume we're gonna find a key and we're gonna enter that cabin, the captain's cabin. Why? Why are you playing? This would have been the boiler room. Oh no, it is slightly different at the back. Oh no, because the ship's just a different angle from the way we were sailing. That's it. Oh, Jesus. The engine of the Viscount, the classic retrofitted steam train model, twisted amongst the roots of the tree. An old skeleton in what appears to be the captain's uniform. The bones have fused to the roots around it. They're clearly been here for some time. Inside their coat, you find a ship's key. The captain's key. I feel like I should not have touched that organ. You unlock the door with the captain's key. Enter the captain's... Look who it is. Captain Hunt. You enter to find a ghost sitting before you. Littered around the room are countless familiar scrawlings. This is the acceptance letter, or the job offer letter. She must not have it. Always stick in the ice. Always stuck in the ice. Is this the pathway? Because... No. Or is there a pathway for us going straight and then reaching this? She must not have it. Minerva? Grimly 8. It is the save tree. It might be something to do with the save tree. It might be telling us of a different route. That would be interesting. Grimley 8. Junior 12. Cordell 3. Hammond 6. Templeton 11. Kurt 5. Can't read that one. Anathy? I don't know. And Shaw. Speak to the old captain. I forgot the voice for him. It's been like 10 hours. You wouldn't happen to have a light, would you? You wouldn't happen to have a light, would you? Is that you? Is he looping? I don't know. It's twin. It's the whole idea was to find the twin ship, but it's like very clearly there's like a paradoxical event going on. In the flesh, my friend. You've a lot to answer for, Hunt. I'm sure you have infinite questions. He looks up to your head. I don't suppose you saw my hat on your way over here. The dog ate it. Ah! I never liked that hat anyway. A bit aggrandizing, don't you think? How's my ship? Right where you left it. Give or take a few leagues beneath the ice. May the sea soothe her spirits. I hope she put up a fight. I suppose it is wrong to call her my ship anyway. Which reminds me. Templeton told you about Minerva, no doubt. Why didn't you tell me about our benefactor? The time wasn't right. Minerva's story is a rather tragic one. Are you sure you want to hear it? I think we go mad listening to him, though. I think that's what the Karen was telling us earlier. Beautiful beyond reproach, you'd swear you'd never see someone so idyllic. Anyway, the young starlet originally found herself at the helm of an illustrious stage career. Following that came business offers, modeling, advertisements, and of course, love. Well, doomed love. She was widowed, you see, and not before winning the heart and handing the son. But not before winning the heart in the hand of a son of a little tinned foods company. How'd he die? There was rumors she killed her husband, but I'm not so sure. Maybe he choked on a peach. Might have taken Minerva the rest of her life, but, well, let's just say the Appletons have their hands in a lot more than tins of peaches these days. Doesn't explain what she wants with the Viscount. The Viscount's expedition was a government affair. I'm doing it too much like Kurt. Deduction would say that Minerva would like to keep whatever she finds for herself. Get over the game, as it were. You first mentioned the Viscount was a research vessel. What was it researching? I have some questions of my own I need answered first, Robin. Now, I want to know. Which Shaw is speaking to me right now? Robin Shaw. Who else would it be? How are the Stoke brothers faring? Alive and well, no thanks to you. Good to hear. You made land after the sail, I assume. How's everyone else? How did you fare on the ice? Kasha dropped her camera during the ice. We avoided disaster, but the camera was lost. Right. That camera was the most important item on the expedition. It's the only way any of this will be believed. We'll have enough eyewitness testimony. I certainly hope so. The doctors managed to stay with us at last. He found his nerve on the ice. Now that's pleasant to hear. He was the only crew member I was unsure of. I didn't want to upset the father by getting the poor boy killed. Not that any of that matters now. The kennel master attempted to leave the expedition once we made land. I talked her out of it. Not easy to do. You must have made a convincing argument. I'm sure you'll be thrilled to know Mr. Templeton is fine. I expected as much. Has he given you much grief? Naturally, he's been a valuable ally throughout all this. Is that so? Maybe I should work on my interview technique. Oh, I have questions of my own. Of course, of course. I'm sure you're wondering what led me here. This is some of the best, like, interrogative, inquisitive music, by the way. It's not pushing it's not pushing me, but it adds into my intrigue. You might be able to tell. It isn't a particularly helpful answer. I failed my men. Well, there was the four of us. As I'm sure you quickly figured out, Smurf, Corvid, Joe, and myself grabbed what we could and headed off with one of the lodge lifeboats. Where are they now? Smurf was the first to go. They knew what they were doing. They made their choices, and now they've passed. I need details. He looks wistfully at the table. Shit. He ate them. Did you draw straws? We didn't have to. That's not... Oh my... It's settling on me that's not his blood. It's not... Oh no. Fucking hell. It was Corvid's idea. It was protest. But after we learned the tins were poisoned with lead, we had no choice. Always a choice hunt. The other two argued over partaking. Smurf refused, instead subjecting himself to further tins. He didn't last long after that. He turned sour by the fourth day and attacked us. And then he froze himself. Corvid and I made it to the mountain, and she made the impossible choice. She offered herself to the mission. The man goes quiet. I can't get the taste out of my mouth, Shaw. No matter what I do. You don't understand, Shaw. Every time this happens, my road always leads here. No matter what. It always leads to this. You've seen that tree outside, haven't you? You know it's not just that, don't you? This is what the Apatons have been after. We're here for this. All roads lead here, Shaw. I've eaten of this fruit countless times, and yet I'm still here. We have heard this conversation countless times. A different me, different you. The same. We keep coming back here. Do you regret your choices, Shaw? I remember you told me the sign of a good leader is understanding. Do you still stand by that? Is the game going dark after this and it just loops? And that's the whole point of the opposing routes? Or the multiple routes? I know, Robin, I know. The worst thing any of us can do, Robin, is become the consequence of somebody else's plan. Maybe you've been the best Shaw you can be. Maybe not, but you still can be. He gestures towards the fruit. With this, you can go back. Change the path to me. You speak like you've been in this cave for years. I haven't, and I have. Every time I eat this fruit, every past loop comes freshly back to my mind. Then I send my mind back once more. You can do the same, Robin. You can go back. You won't remember, but part of you will want to try something else. Some things stay the same. We always get stuck. The temperance is always low. Oh my goodness. He's telling us as the player. He's speaking to both Shaw and the player, saying, would you give this another chance? Would you give this another attempt? Maybe change the way you went about things. Some things always stay the same. But you can save lives. My lives have been saved, save for yours, sir. All of my crew's accounted for. We have some wounded, but they'll heal. You can save lives, save rations, perfect your leadership. If you eat the fruit, that is. Open up that eye of yours. He pushes the fruit forward. My path is settled, Hunt. A fruitless endeavor. Well, at least this means you're proud in your choices. We should head out, Robin. We have people waiting, I understand. It's been an age since I've seen my crew. Oh, but before we do... The tree out there. Do you plan on taking it back to the Appletons? We need the crew's input. Of course, me on the other hand. I'm still making my mind up. I feel like I should have said no. Let's go. I'm eager to see the look on Templeton's face. I want to read this one again. What if these are all the different past leaders? And this was just my turn. I also wonder if I took the fruit and I got back here, if there would be one. If there would be a one. That would blow my mind. The two of you pace towards the rest. Templeton is the first to notice you. As predicted, the look on his face is a unique concoction of shock, anger, and mortification. Templeton, I appear to have found your lost captain. Why? Other heads rapidly turn in your direction. One by one, they abandon their work and rush to assemble to see the sight themselves. We certainly have a lot to clear up before we continue. That's a bloody understatement. Bloody hell, it's actually him. Walking corpse. The others mutter frantically. Hunt, you're still alive. Ah, the doctor made it. Good. I need you to fix up my teeth. Excuse me. He survived the entire time. I'm going to struggle to convince many people my report is true at this rate. This is, quite the shock. Hunt whispers to you. I knew the look on his face would be worth it. But, perhaps you would like to clarify your situation? Aye, I'd like to know what happened myself. Don't, is that Grimly? Ah, it's good to see you again. Where are the rest, Hunt? Huh? The rest. Smurf, Corvid, Joe, where are they? They didn't make it. All these years. And just like that, they're gone. Did they at least receive good deaths? As best they could, Grimly. Now is not the time to dwell on those gone. Captain. Yes? No. Captain Shaw. How in the world did you find this man? I think I would literally kill the entire morale if I said cannibalism was how he survived. Hunt has been moving ahead of us this entire expedition. I found him in the captain's cabin. Has he enlightened you as to why he left? So you were right, Shaw. Bastard abandoned us. Ivan's right. Why did you leave, Hunt? Show some respect. I remain unenlightened. Captain, I think it is time we open the floor to the rest of the crew. Something tells me many of them will have words to share. Junior takes a run at the captain before being held back by his brother. You left us! Why? I didn't plan on going home. None of us were going to come back. That's it! And why couldn't you bring us too? Why even plan that? Do you want those answers, Junior? Stop defending the man, damn it! Why didn't you trust us, Hunt? Why didn't you tell them, Hunt? They served you for years. It's more complicated than that. I do trust them. I do, but you're both young. I took the oldest, my top men. We aren't your top men. Well, that's... After all this time, we had the wrong idea, Grimly. I've nothing left to ask, Captain. Hunt, why did you bring me aboard this expedition? Excuse me. Doctor, this is hardly the time to work out your insecurities. The floor is open, Templeton. Quite so. Hunt, I've been asking myself that question since you left, since I saw you leave. You... Pardon you, what? Saw Hunt leave, and he didn't stop him. He couldn't stop Hunt and his men. What does it matter if he saw him? In the past now, we won't hold it against you, Arthur. I know, but I still need to know. I remember that. You looked like a frightened deer when you saw me ready to go. Is that why you brought me on board? Because I couldn't stop you, because I was young, naive, easily manipulated? It is, isn't it? Hunt tilts his head in confusion. Hells no! Oh? No, it was a favor to your father. He's my barber. That's it. That's the entire reason. Aye, he's very good. Asked me to toughen his boy up. Seems like it did the trick. Kasha lets out a small chortle before covering her mouth to stop herself. Arthur did that himself. To be honest, I was worried from the beginning my father was involved, and yet, after all that's happened, I'm actually relieved that's the question. I'm relieved that the real reason is so benign. The entire time, it didn't matter. I put more thought into why I was here than Hunt ever did. The doctor had no choice but to laugh at the absurdity of it all. They're going mad right now just seeing Hunt. I think that's what's happening. We're getting away from the point at hand. Anyone else apparently require a psychological evaluation? You turn back to the crew to find yourself face to face with him, and he darts past you and confronts Hunt. Enough bloody games! You shouldn't have gone down with the ship. That's tradition, you coward. Tradition would want all of us dead. Must not have followed that, I think. No more jokes, Hunt. Hammond's right. Watch your mouth, Hammond. How about Hunt watches himself? He left us to die, bastard! Indeed, to pick and choose when tradition matters, it's shameful, no? At least Shaw sees sense. The crew still look to you to make sense of all of this. Is there anything else you would like to add, Captain Shaw? Take the opportunity to come clean about events past. You clear your throat. The rest of the crew are still watching and waiting. About our benefactor. Their name is Minerva Apperton. She owns the Tin Food Company. The tin food? As in the peaches. Spent an age attempting to uncover information on that mysterious benefactor. You mean to tell me we were eating from the tins the entire time? Curious. Why would a tinning company invest in such a mission? Ridiculous. It seems our captain is suffering from some kind of delirium. A tinning company. Absurd. Don't deflect. Tell them why the Appertons invested. How much do I have with Templeton? I think this is going to be a little tumultuous. Still fine. I think we best decide the next course of action. The boiler doesn't have much life left in it, correct? Answer the captain. I'm curious to know what you're up to. This is ridiculous. I'm not up to anything nefarious. In fact, I cannot truly say myself why the mission was invested in. Such information was kept even out of my reach. The rest of the crew are still watching and waiting. And we've all heard enough. We cannot wait around here forever. Captain, this ship, this tree. What is our next course of action? Isn't it about time you told them? About the tree? Hunt, what do you know of this? I'm sure you're very interested in knowing, Richard. Anyone would be. This is what your employer seeks. The fruit of the tree. It changes everything. It'll change the world. The fruit. Yes. I've tasted the fruit countless times, and I've seen countless paths to this moment. My word. He's truly gone insane. No surprise that the man has lost his mind. Isolation out here, it would happen to anyone. I assure you, he's not delusional. Shaw, have you honestly been convinced by this man's ramblings? Listen to me. To hell's with the Appertons. They can't be allowed to have this. Nobody should. What are you suggesting? It needs to be destroyed. Burned to the ground. What? Hunt, this is quite possibly the most important discovery of our age. It needs to be studied. Barring that, you were fired. You were hired by the Appertons to retrieve it, not to decide by your own ethical judgment. I feel like if I go against Hunt, he's gonna shoot me. I think he had a gun, if I recall. And then the game will just end in that dramatic way. I'm gonna stick with Templeton because if I agreed with Hunt from the beginning, I would have eaten from the fruit. Employer, bah. Regardless, I am the captain of this expedition, and my word is final. A long silence falls amongst the proceedings. Rufus Hunt, you are not the captain of this expedition. What? Then who is Shaw? Ah, he's the first mate. That was a temporary agreement. I've returned and I reclaim my role. Unfortunately, Hunt, I have read our contracts quite thoroughly. Templeton produces his copy from the jacket pocket. In the event that the captaincy is held in contention, the correct course of action is to hold a vote. Any officer of the crew may put themselves forward to claim that title. That's what we'll have. Crew should decide for themselves. A vote? I welcome it. The contract also states that candidates should put forward their selection for the first mate position. The selection of first mate is too loud to make the case to the crew in open forum as to why they should select their pet candidate. Good luck with that. Best get to it then. Come on, you lots. That captain's vote requires a deck. Board now and let's end this. The crew tentatively board the vessel. Proceedings commence. Everyone lived. So far. No need for introductions. We're far past the point for that. There's so much I've seen in all my days leading vessels like this. The sort you lot would hear songs of and doubt every word of. But what I've seen here, it goes far beyond any of that. What stands before you is so much bigger than any of us. I've walked this path before so many times, half of you can attest to it. I understand if you look at me a deserter, a coward, a traitor, you have every reason to. But you should ask yourselves where you stand, where your road took you always. Here. With me. Even in my absence, I always led you to where you needed to be. Hunt clears his throat before pointing to the tree. This thing is an abomination. The power it holds too great for any one person to possess. He holds up the fruit. Do you wish to hand this, the quite literal fruit of our labor, over to the employer who would have us die out here for their games? The employer who would not even entrust you their name, an employer who wouldn't even ask you to die out on the ice, what would you refuse to send to rescue? There's a murmuring between the crew and the implication a rescue ship was not sent. Robin Shaw was a fine officer, but Shaw could only hold down the fort in my stead. Shaw did not weather the seas. Shaw did not discover the temperance. I did. You should judge Shaw in the officer's own words. When we last spoke on the temperance, Shaw told me the mark of a leader comes in understanding. I ask you, do you feel after all this time Robin Shaw truly understands every one of you? Now I believe it's time my first mate said a few words. Grimly. Was he left here this whole time to scout? Is he in with them and he just... Oh, shit. He's gonna pull all of the sailors back. We'll keep it short. Captain Rufus Hunt is a man who I trust with my life. Always has been. When Junior and I were but lads, he took us in when he had nowhere to go. Since then, he's been the best captain we could have worked for. Shaw couldn't live to that standard. If you trust me, you should trust Hunt. Grimly steps down. Thank you, Grimly. I believe it's your turn to speak, Shaw. You step forward as the crew awaits with bated breaths. Hunt has already had his chance to speak. Now is your chance to refute his words. There is a stillness in the air. You have traveled so far with this crew, and now they stand. All seem to be hoping that your next words will instill in a confidence, an assurance this time was spent that was with you has been worth the trouble. You pause, collecting yourself for a moment before making your first statement. I don't have the captain's hat. It has been some time. I hope you would all permit me just a little more. I believe the key to a true leader is understanding, and I'd like to think I've come to understand you all. a great deal in our time together. I may not have always displayed as much, but I have learned from each and every one of you, from each of our interactions. I see before me many faces from different backgrounds. And yet, look at you. Here and now, you all stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder. We have more in common with each other now than anyone else on this world. The crew look around, examining each other, taking a moment to consider the souls who traveled with them to the ends of the earth, the souls they intend to travel back with. I haven't a bad word to say about this lot. Frankly, the music's some of the finest I have had the honor of hearing. Thank you. I've had my views on these people for some time, but I see I was wrong here. Here we all are, brothers in arms. Aye, whatever I thought about landlubbers and imperialists, that shit doesn't matter anymore. We're all one crew, aren't we? Your thoughts turn to the Viscount and the tree sprouting from its back. You must make your intentions clear. Right now, we should hunker down. Rescue will be searching with the ship. They will find us with it. The time is for fear is over. Let us all stand united and plunge ourselves head first into the depths. Who will you choose as first mate to speak on your behalf? It's everyone that I had a good relationship with. Is this why I was never intended to get anywhere close with the Stoke Bro? I don't know who I want. If I want, I might just go for Templeton. But I think Kurt would be like the most dramatic and straightforward pick. Oh, Junior. Everyone loves the cook. No one, you stand alone? No. I don't think anyone really truly... Oh, this is such a hard choice to make. Shit, I'm actually glad the tree saves at certain points because I want to see all of this. Kurt. Kurt steps forward. From the beginning, I had a great faith in Shaw's captaincy. And we've come far enough to admit I was trying to be optimistic. A frail old man, just trying to put on a brave face and hope for the best. But Robin has even surprised me more than I could have ever imagined. Here is a captain who has carried us through every hell you can picture, cold, bruised, and he still intends to carry us even further. How can that not instill your respect? Shaw is without a doubt the finest leader I ever have had the pleasure to work with. I could only hope to be half as much of an inspiration. Brett steps back. We vote. Richard Templeton. And the scientists are loyal to me. Dr. Nutley. Loyal to me. Kurt Darling and his scouts, loyal to Robin Shaw. The sailors with Hunt. The other half with me. Hammond and the crew to me. Ingrid Cordell and Miss Kasha Belford. No one abstains. As the vote comes to a close, Hunt stares at you in shock. Ah, there you have it, Shaw. I suppose I can't argue that, can I? I take it you respect the result, then? Hunt eyes you carefully. Perhaps. Remains to be seen. Congratulations, Robin. I didn't doubt you for a second. It's good to have that awful matter behind us, but that does leave Hunt. Honestly, he's the pitiable sort, but that doesn't change what he's done. We need to decide what to do with the chap. I'm curious on that myself. Well, Shaw, you're the captain. What should you do with me? Apprehend him. He'll be taken back to land as prisoner. You may as well put me to death now, then. I doubt I'll receive a softer sentence on land. That just leaves the matter of, well, this tree. Fascinating thing, isn't it? There's quite the ethereal look to it. Well, something needs to be done. It's up to you, Captain. We should take samples of the tree for private study. Thank you, Captain. I will keep it safe, I promise. The crew move in, collecting samples of the tree from its bark to its leaves, and most importantly, the fruit held on its branches. Oh, damn you. You can't let Atherton have it. You can't. Minerva Apperton will not have this tree. I will make sure of that. You best. Captain, what do you mean? Best not to curry Hunt's favor with empty words. There's something in the middle between the two of this. Is there a way I can appease both men? Robin, that leaves our final problem. We're in need of an exit strategy. Odds of hailing the rescue ship from our location are more than a little slim, but I'll be damned if we give up now, Robin. We'll send an envoy out on the lifeboat, one who can flag down the ship and lead them here. I pick who? Burn the tree once everyone's off. Send an envoy. Speak. Speak to Stanberry. Good girl, Stanberry. Good girl. Let's hear it. This is it, eh? We got one last gamble on our hands. But I never thought we'd make it this far in the first place. Turns out, what do I bloody know? Not much. You know better than the rest of us. You've proven that enough. Aye, sure I have. But it makes me wonder what else I could be wrong about. What else are you wrong about? Always had a clear head on that sort, you know? Never thought a bloody tree would ruin it. What do you think the tree is? Well, it's a tree. Outside of that, I don't bloody know. That's Templeton. Served on a lot of ships on my time, never once liked the one in charge of them. Military captains range from self-important and useless to drunk, self-important and useless. No offense to yourself. Didn't have high expectations for Hunt and had lower expectations for someone he'd hired. Another thing I was wrong on. You're alright, Shaw. What do you do when we get back to land? What else? I'll be going back to work. No rest for me. Hopefully some more boring work next time around. Might take Kurt on the offer. Working with him seems like a better gig than the Appertons. Robin, if you're ever heading a ship again, you let me know. I'll be on board with you. Everyone knows you'd be a goner without me. Not too happy about relying on a lifeboat. Every chance we miss rescue. Feels like a dream, doesn't it? Whole expedition's been a dream. Hard to be surprised anymore. Regardless, I'm looking forward to a normal meal for once. If I see another penguin, seal, or tin peach can, I think I'm gonna hurl my guts, Captain. We'll be dining on plenty of fish for the next sail, I imagine. You're calling me Captain, are you? Hard to argue with it now, right? Seems disrespectful not to recognize your work. Stay in contact, Robin. You ever sail out again, let me know. I'm happy to work with you. Can't do anything with Grimley, huh? Captain, I can't believe we made it. And yet we still place our hopes on the lifeboat. Kurt is no doubt coming up with the perfect poetic phase before we set off. You made it far. I'm proud of you, Arthur. Ah, thank you, Robin. I owe it to you. You know, I still thought it was all hopeless, even after leaving you that letter. I had very little faith in survival. And yet, people were relying on me, Captain. I can only hope I didn't let them down. I would be happy to work with you again, Arthur. I would too. But I can assure you I'll never be sailing again. I've had more than enough for one lifetime. I never felt good to carry my father's name, but now, well, thank you. Keep in contact. If you need a haircut anytime, I'll tell my father. Oh, the father recommended the son, and now the son recommends the father. There's the poetry. Well, I have a lot to write about in our sailback, don't I? Still can't believe this. I'm looking at it and I still can't believe it. But now, we just have to wait. Let's hope the ship can be flagged down. Almost overshadows the journey, doesn't it? Not all. Your story is a truly compelling one. It's funny, Captain, the reason I looked on this story, interest in exploration was waning. I grew up on the stories of Kurt Darling, the great explorers were like legends to me. I didn't want that passion to disappear. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon a great discovery of our own? You're one of those explorers now, Kasha. Your name will be in the history books. It's bizarre to think about, Captain. Regardless, I hope you continue to thrive, Shaw. You deserve that much. In fact, remember to keep touch with me, especially if you have a good story to share. I'll write books about you one day, Robin. I know I will. To be honest with you, Shaw, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this madness. Well, I doubt such knowledge will be out of our hands once we return to land, correct? Still, I suppose we should be proud in our discovery. We wouldn't have made it without you, Cordell. Or Cian, or Rosso, or Pascal, or Stanberry. I didn't accomplish much on my own, Captain. All I ask is my kennel be remembered. It'll be odd to return to land. My name will be in the paper soon. No doubt I'll be recognized for my past. Well, you do want to return. I certainly won't be returned to my past life, even if I am known. I believe I'll find a new home, start over with a new kennel. I've done as much before, I intend to do so again. With any luck, we will not meet again. I hope we meet again. I secretly hope it. I hope it. I secretly hope for a pairing with Cordell. Secretly with Shaw. I'm not gonna lie. Well, we'll see. Frankly, you seem to bring misfortune, Captain. A jape, of course. It's been interesting, Robin. Promise me you will take care of yourself. I might as well throw any script I've been working on out, Captain. This is far more fantastical than any film. To find the Viscount, to find the tree, and my one last bet on a humble lifeboat. My word. What do you think the tree is? Whatever it is, if it's something special. I can only hope it falls into the right hands once you return. Oh, I just realized. My career as a navigator is just about over, isn't it? We've just reached the last great uncharted part of the world. You know, when I grew up reading about the explorers of old, I dreamed I would be one to plant that final flag. I may be an old man with a limp and no flag to place, but I managed it, didn't I? There's always more world to discover, Kurt. You're not wrong. This is the last great discovery we know of, but who knows what lies out there? Who knows, maybe my exploration days are over. Now's as good a time as any to call it a retirement. I'd still raise funding for the field. I don't want to leave folks like Hammond behind me there. But maybe I'll move to theater. There's some stories I want to tell, not about this expedition or of any. About home, the islands I left behind. I suppose there'll be an opening for me. Maybe. I should take all this as a sign to wind down, shouldn't I? I'll always be in contact if you want to work together again, Robin. I'll make sure we do, no matter the medium. Oh, Captain. Sorry, I must admit I'm still mesmerized by the tree. Well, now we wait. It's out of our hands, but to make it this far, I have to commend you, Shaw. We've done something remarkable here. You deserve a great deal of credit. You yourself proved a useful advisor. Well, I could only suggest the final decision was always yours. I've always fancied myself an expert, Shaw. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to you. But over the course of our expeditions, well, it's become clear just how little I truly know. And, to be honest, Shaw, that excites me. I'm excited for what lies ahead. What are your plans for when we return to land? No doubt Minerva will invest a great deal of resources into researching this plant. With good fortune and favor, I'll find myself at the head of such research. To be at the forefront of such a discovery, I had my doubts once. I certainly had my doubts on you, Shaw. I never could have been more happy to be wrong. I hope we have the chance to work together in the future. Our lives may be quite busy once you return. We need not work together to remain in contact. That is true, though. I will likely be able to share my work in the future will no doubt be limited. Well, I can say one thing with certainty. The future is unknowable. Take care, Robin. No matter what happens from here, take care. Send an envoy. Can I send myself? I really feel like I'm just going to get shot by Hunt at any point. I didn't select an envoy either. Is this the end credit or something? Or the air was cold. A flake and white, a captain made a pledge. To the ice I prayed, the lands revealed some charted course ahead. To the souls around who brought me here beyond this polar's edge, a hunger drew the desperate here. It's one that I have fed. What did I do when steel hearts broke and courage did abscond? I've led these souls, so help the gods, out of the pale beyond. En voyage, Captain Shaw. Act 5 complete. In earnest attempt, the Neil... Oh, I'm getting achievements for all the loyalty. In earnest attempt, which one's that? The doctor, the journalist, the science officer, the navigator, the engineer. Achievement, internship. Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh, the camera's dark. 1 second. I was so invested I haven't even noticed. Yeah, I didn't even notice the background. Oh shit. Thank you, Bellular Studios, for such a journey. There's still more. Good girl, good boy, good. There's dogs in the credits. Fellow travelers, the publishing team, brilliant game. I'll explain my thoughts just in a little bit, but I do want everyone to see everyone who worked on this. That was a journey, and you were only here for the first for this last bit too. But yeah. I'm definitely going to go back and play more of the ends later on. In any case, I believe right here under testers, where am I? I'm here. I know I am here. Anthony M. Yusuf. That's right. I play tested the game, but I didn't get even remotely near this far, and I don't think I don't remember picking half of this pack. It was a journey to play it on the beta, to be able to test it, and then to see the final result. Phenomenal. Phenomenal storytelling. From the Northern Island screen, Fellow Traveler, Treasure Hunters Fan Club, and whoever else. Just ends with it. So how does the tree look? Oh, it just takes me back here. It takes me right back to this. I want to see what happens if I eat the fruit. But before we do that, I really just have to commend this game. I'm not known for this genre. I'm known for I'm not even known to play this genre. I love RPGs, I love turn-based, I love tacticals, but I've never been a survival game fan in this sense, a narrative survival, and this was a treat. Everything mattered. Decisions often felt tough. Some of the answers felt straightforward, and in other ways they just took you for twists and turns you didn't expect. I wonder about all the other routes. I want to see some of those achievements real quick. There's a few that confused me. A commitment kept. Forgo rescue to complete the mission. A fruitless endeavor. Survive the ice unstained. For warmth, find love on the ice. En voyage, send out an envoy for rescue. Captain Shaw, win the vote of the Viscount and survive. I would be dead if I lost. In earnest attempt, survive the ice with all crew alive. And then all of these have them loyal to you. Internship. Bring the stowaway there and back. Oh, for taking the boy. What else am I missing? Become stained with awareness. Succumb to the ice. Get your fruit. You have to lose someone for an achievement. Holy crap. Complete the game with no loyalty left from anyone. Holy shit. And then this one, survive with grimly alive. This one I missed. Oh, Jesus, music. Music's bounding a little. Christ. Survive the ice with all the crew alive and loyal to you. So not everyone was truly loyal, so I missed one. Survive the ice without bringing Runt and the father, short-staffed. Deplorable, the worst fate? Plus 17 more hidden achievements. So just the first run alone nets you around half the achievements. Interesting. Okay. I want to see what's going on. Let's go forward just a little bit. This is all text we've already seen. I really want to see what's gonna... I assume that's the stained with awareness route. Or completing a different route, it still shows. Or maybe because it's the same route, I'm not sure. Let him continue. Sorry for being quiet right now. Hmm. That doesn't explain what she wants at the Viscount. What was it researching? All right. You might be able to tell it's particularly influence. I filled my men. Oh no, this is the cannibalism. Shit. This last batch, this last act was stuffed with so much. All right, here we are. Here we are. You've seen that tree outside, haven't you? This is what the Appletons have been after. We're here for this. All roads lead here, Shah. I've eaten of this fruit countless times, and yet I'm still here. We have heard this conversation countless times, a different me, a different you, but the same. We keep coming back here. Do you regret your choices, Shah? I remember you told me the sign of good leaders, understanding. Do you still stand by it? I know, Robin, I know. The worst thing any of us can do, Robin, is become the consequence of someone else's plan. Maybe you've been the best Shah you can be, maybe not, but you still can be. He gestures towards the fruit. With this, you can go back, change the path to me. I earned it, I have. Every time I've eaten this fruit, every past loop comes freshly back to my mind, and then I send my mind back once more. You can do the same, Robin. You can go back again. You won't really remember, but parts of you will want to try something else. Some things will stay the same. We can always get stuck. The temperance is always lost. You can save lives, save rations. Back to your leadership. You eat the fruit, that is. Open up that eye of yours. What do you say, Robin? The strange taste of the fleshy fruit takes but a moment to envelop you. In that moment, you're stuck with the profound sense that everything converges at this single point. The loading screen. The infinite ice flows now kaleidoscope around the hull of your reality. Did that fruit just get me drunk? Roots and branches, fractals previously entrenched in your past, Bellular Gaming, you must have had a lot of love throwing in that word fractals. Fractals previously entrenched in your past unearthed themselves burning with a renewed awareness. Of countless crews, countless captains, countless yous and infinite expeditions, you see it all. And it can see you. Awareness. A renewed awareness. Eating from the fruit of the Viscount has stained this Captain Shaw with awareness. Previously locked weeks from the line of reality can now be accessed and branched out. You see it? Good. So I can access any of these points from here on out in my stained branch. Now that you and I are on the same page, Shaw, is there anything else you want to ask? Why is this happening to us? What is this? How's if I know? You don't know how long I spent trying to figure the damn thing out. Best I could figure, it's like sailing, just through something else. Sometimes there's an open ocean to explore, sometimes there simply leads to follow, and some moments are frozen over, outright lost to the ice. That's how I come to see it anyway, I'm sure. Someone like Templeton would have a better answer for us. Why did he choose me? Nothing, at least at first. You didn't think I'm the sort to just hire a walk-in on my first time when the ship swarmed with the finest sailors about? You were far from my first choice. Who you try before me? All sorts. Smurf, Covid, Stokes, the Grimleys. There were a few who fell right for the job, and yet, no matter who I tried, they couldn't get to this point, to this room. But I realized something. Like I said, the memory's fuzzy every time I go back, but I figured it out. Every time I interviewed you, you gave different answers. Where you were from, if you were married, every time you'd say something else. At first I thought you were a decent liar, but maybe you were like me. Maybe you just saw it all differently. So it's aware of the point that we would actually take different traits to go into the game with. Holy shit. How many times is this now? How many have you completed? I'm past the point of counting, Shaw, if that's what you mean, after what must have been like 50 times. Well, I figured it was a number I didn't want to know anymore. What do you do when we don't make it? To be honest, Shaw, I head back. I burn the damn tree before I go back for good measure. Don't know how it works, but I hate for the stream to go on without me, just leaving the thing here to be found again. Now, we should head out, Robin. We have people waiting. Been an age. But before we do you plan on taking it back? No. Interesting. I think awareness is just something that sticks and it's not an ending, but it just opens that tree. I would have thought it would have been an ending on its own, but I suppose not. I think that's where we're going to end it, though. I feel content with that run. I'm going to go back and play more of it on my own time, but for the stream-wise, I think we're all set. That was a journey. I need to gather my thoughts on it. Maybe I'll get some footage, have a little my thoughts video on it. I doubt it will go anywhere fast, but I'd like to put in my own 2 cents. I could leave a review on Steam or some such as well. But one of the best indies I've played in a long, long time. I'm not going to make any comparisons to others. I think that's a little stupid. This was a journey on its own. I will say, resource handling, the tree system, the save system, And the impact that your choices had, I've not felt that. I've not felt what this game has offered in a lot of games for a long, long time. But that is where we're going to be ending our Let's Play of The Pale Beyond. Thank you for joining me on stream. I want to iterate again. I don't know what stream will be like in the time to come because I start night shift soon. We'll see what time has planned for me. Maybe I'll hit my own little bit of awareness or some shit like that, huh? No, it's a bad poetic. Anyway, thank you for anyone who joined. Thank you for anyone who's going to be watching this journey. Thank you, Zoe Gilbert, for sticking with me today. I truly appreciate the company. And